Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailaasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatim Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranam to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we welcome all of the viewers across the world who are gathering and tuning in now as we offer the Uttama Seva at the divine lotus feet of Paramashiva and the supreme embodiment of Paramashiva himself in the human form as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time to Kailaasa's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri Kailaasa, the only and greatest Hindu nation in the world. His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is the reviver of Kailaasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness is the avatar from and the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based universities for the humanity. The sovereign order of Kailaasa, led by His Divine Holiness and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university with extended campuses in 150 countries, which is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving the 20 million source books of Hinduism and the 64 sacred arts like sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Peetam, the ancient apex body of Hinduism, and the present emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness has survived the worst persecution of many assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements, and yet day in and day out he continues to serve the world and lead us all towards a superconscious breakthrough. You can explore more of His Divine Holiness, his contribution, and the endless amount of work that he has, the knowledge traditions which he has revived at Kailaasa's Nithyananda YouTube channel. For all of us, millions of Sri Kailaasa Vasis all over the world, if we have had any kind of spiritual breakthrough, any great experience of Kundalini, every one of us to be a part, and His Divine Holiness has taken this physical form and come down from Kailasa itself. Now that Paramashiva is here, we can celebrate his happening on the planet and spread the message of Sri Kailasa. We invite all of the viewers to share this link with all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all other social media platforms. There are innumerable reasons why Paramashiva happened on planet Earth. He happened to cause the next evolutionary breakthrough. He happened to cause the Satya Yuga, the Yuga of peacefulness and enlightenment once again. He happened for the fulfillment of consciousness itself. He happened for the entire humanity, and he happened exclusively for you at the same time. Ultimately, however, in words which just cannot be summarized, the truth is that the true reason behind the happening of Paramashiva into the human form is nothing but pure compassion. This realization will happen to you as we explore, understand, be initiated about His Divine Holiness, and understand His gifts for humanity and His utmost sacrifices. The avatar of Paramashiva happened on planet Earth just to ensure we realize we are also Paramashiva. Today, during the Uttama Seva, we are offering our deepest and humblest offerings to Devi, Para, Shakti during the Uttama Seva and at the feet of Swamiji. Devi Para Shakti is the embodiment of the feminine energy and the energy of creation. In the Hindu scriptures, there is a scripture called Devi Mahatmyam. And the words Devi Mahatmyam means glory of the goddess. This 700 verse chant is a sacred part of the scripture Markandeya Purana, and it extols Devi as Mother Chandi, who is the glorious embodiment of Goddess Durga, Goddess Lakshmi, and knowledge, who are all the embodiments of power, abundance, and knowledge. This chant called the Devi Mahatmyam is called Chandi or Durga Saptasati. It is chanted for us to destroy our inner negative thoughts and demonic tendencies. And it is every day chanted in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. You can inquire more about the Chandi Homa by visiting Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam Facebook page. Today, as we are offering the Uttama Seva to Lord Venkateshwara, we will be moving shortly into the Uttama Seva, the offering of the most auspicious, best of the best offerings to Bhagwan Venkateshwara. Yesterday was a beautiful occasion, festival, a part of the Hindu tradition called Vaikunta Ekadasi, and today we are continuing the celebrations through the Uttama Seva to Venkateshwara. Venkateshwara is the embodiment of Lord Vishnu, the sustainer, the person, the divine energy of sustenance of the whole universe, Venkateshwara, is worshipped in the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam in his primordial form and is worshipped in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam as Nithyananda Venkateshwara, as the eternally blissful form of Venkateshwara. The Uttama Seva is the offering of the best offerings and is a Vedic ritual that is sourced straight from the Agamas. Uttama means the best of the best, and the Seva is called an offering. It is the ritual of offering the best of the best to Paramashiva. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us in thousandfold and many millionfold, and Paramashiva is the source of everything people need, people want, and everything that we even perceive. He is the source of everything, be it grains or knowledge, skill, or even human beings themselves. Offering the best of the best is the way we can offer our gratitude to Paramashiva, and being integrated to him and his words in the Agamas is the only thing we can actually offer him. Hence, as per the instructions of Paramashiva himself, we are offering this seva to Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, to the embodiment of Paramashiva in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and today we are offering to Lord Venkateshwara. From the instruments to the offering of food to the offering of dance, the Nritta Seva, and to the offering of music, everything is offered during this Uttamottama Seva. And why should we offer the best of the best to Paramashiva? We strongly affirm that Paramashiva lives in the Adi Kailash, the Bangalore Adinam, as the Kalpavriksha, as the one who gives whatever you ask in whichever form you want. He is the source of all the best things, and he has given these to us. Offering them back at his feet is what we do during the puja, and whereby we experience the intense Shakti Padha, the Advaita, with him, and as a result, we live the state, radiate the space, and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Offering the best of the best. Food is called the Uttamottama Seva in Naivedyam, offering the best of the best. Dance is the Nritta Seva, offering the best of the best. Music is the Sangita Seva, and there are so many others sevas which we will be offering during this time today and every single day, offered from Adi Kailash to the feet of Bhagwan Paramashiva himself. Lord Venkateshwara is another form of Lord Vishnu, who is the most popular deity. He is also known as Venkatachalapati or Venkataramana or Tirumaradevar or Varadharaja or Srinivasa or Balaji. He has a dark complexion and 4 hands. In his 2 upper hands, he holds the discus, the chakra, and the conch, the symbol of existence. With his lower hands extended downward, he asks the devotees to have faith and surrender to him for protection. The supreme temple of Venkateshwara is in Tirupati, and anyone who wants, every Hindu pilgrims to this temple at least once in their lifetime. The temple town of Tirupati is situated in the Tirumala hills in Andhra Pradesh. It is at this place where millions go to offer their utmost devotion at the feet of Lord Venkateshwara. His Divine Holiness has the most reverence and worship and is seen by millions across of the world for as the divine incarnation of Lord Venkateshwara himself, as it was in Tirupati, this very land where His Divine Holiness and his mother, the biological mother of His Divine Holiness, had found out that she was carrying none other than Paramashiva himself in her womb. That is why for all of the Kailasians across the world, with the Venkateshwara's blessings, we now are able to worship and revere him in the form of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Today, as we offer the Uttama Seva, let us offer our deepest prayers at the feet of Venkateshwara. Pray for the abundance of our lives in the form of wealth, health, and even in the form of conscious powers and consciousness. Venkateshwara, as the Lord of compassion, will deeply bless us all through this Uttama Seva. So, without further delay, let us now offer and witness the offerings of the Uttama Seva by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans in Adi Kailash.
The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailaasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailaasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailaasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there.
Kailaasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailaasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest.
The first offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturveda. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyananda Parashakti Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturvedam Avadharaya. Hari Om Agnimile Purohitam Yajnasya Devam Ritvitam Hotaram Ratnadatamam. Hari Om Isheto Jetva Vayavasto Payapasta Devo Vastavita Praptaya Dushteshtatamaya Karmane. Hari Om Agna Ayahi Pitaye Grahano Havyadataye Nihota Shakti Parhishi. Hari Om Channo Devi Rabishtaya Apo Bhavantu Pitaye Shayyo Rabishtavantu Naha. Hari Om.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva are the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwara Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shloka. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhoma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwara Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Agama Shloka Priyagama Shlokam Avadharaya. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Ati Kautuhalavishta Rityasya Takshunu-priye Yanme Netrantare Vahne Yadvandatamannuttamam Tatsarvam Katayushyami Yoga Yuktya Shunu-priye Yatsvarupam Nijam Suttam Vyapakam Sarvatomukam. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwara Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhoma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Vedam Avadharaya. Shiva Tiruchitrambalam Veyuru Toli Pangan Vidamunda Kandan Miganalla Vinay Kadavi Masaru Tingal Gangai Mudimela Nindu En Ulame Pugunda Adanal ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டும் முதனே மாசது நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல என் அடியாதவர்க்கு மிகவே. சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwara Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Stotra Seva. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव स्तोत्र प्रिय स्तोत्रम अवधारय। ओम नमो भगवते सदाशिवाय सकल तत्त्वात्मकाय सर्वमंत्र स्वरूपाय सर्वयंत्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतंत्र स्वरूपाय सर्वतत्व विधुराय सर्वयंत्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतंत्र स्वरूपाय सर्वतत्व विधुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकंठाय पार्वती मनोहराय सोम सूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोदोलित विग्रहाय महामुनि मुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टि स्थिति प्रलय काल रौद्रावताराय दक्षाधुरध्वंसकाय महाकाल वेदनाय मूलाधारेक निलयाय तत्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय सदाश्रयाय वेदांत साराय त्रिवर्ग साधनाय अनंत कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायकाय अनंत वासुकी तक्षककार कोटक शंख कुलिक पद्म महापद्मेति अष्ट महानाह कुलभूषणाय प्रणव स्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाश दिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रह नक्षत्र मालिने सकलाय कलंकरहिताय सकल लोकैक कत्रे सकल लोकैक भद्रे सकल लोकैक संहत्रे सकल लोकैक गुरवे सकल लोकैक साक्षिणे सकल निगम गुह्याय सकल वेदांत पारगाय सकल लोकैक वरप्रदाय सकल लोकैक शंकराय शशांक शेखराय शाश्वत निजाभासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मदाय निश्चिंताय निरहंकाराय निरंकुशाय निष्कलंकाय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरंतराय निष्कारणाय निरंतकाय निष्प्रपंचाय निस्संगाय निर्द्वंद्वाय निराधाराय निरागाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोपाय निष्पापाय निर्भेदाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निस्तुलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपम विभवाय नित्य शुद्ध बुद्ध परिपूर्ण सच्चिदानंदाद्वयाय परम शांत स्वरूपाय तेजो रूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव काल भैरव कल्पांत भैरव कपालमालाधर कट्वांग खड्ग चर्म पाशांकुश डमरु शूल चाप बाण गदा शक्ति भिंडिपाल तोमर मुसल मुत्कर पाश परिग पुषुंडी शटक्नि चक्राध्यायुत भीषण कर सहस्रमुख ध्रंसा करालवदन विकटाट्टहास विस्फारित ब्रह्मांड मंडल नागेंद्रहार नागेंद्र कुंडल नागेंद्र वलय नागेंद्र चर्मधर मृत्युंजय त्र्यंबक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर वृषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां ज्वल ज्वल महामृत्युभयम् अपमृत्युभयं नाशय नाशय चोरभयम् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय विषसर्पभयं शमय शमय चोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय त्रिशूलेन विधारय विधारय कुटारेण भिंडि भिंडि खड्गेन चिंडि चिंडि खट्वांगेन विपोतय विपोतय कुशलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय बाणैः संताटय संताटय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच वेताल ब्रह्मराक्षसगणान् संताटे संताटय माम् अभयं कुरु कुरु वित्तस्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयां माम् उद्धर उद्धर सञ्जीवय सञ्जीवय शत्रुभ्यां माम् आप्याय आप्याय दुःखादुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युंजय त्र्यंबक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते।
आनंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwara Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramasiva is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhoma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramasiva Nitya Priya Nirtam Avadharaya. Venkateshwara Srinivasa Seshasailavasa Madhava Keshava Madhusudana Madhava Keshava Madhusudana Nandana Narahari Narayana Parama Paramdama Paramonanda Achyuta Ananta Govinda Achyuta Ananta Govinda Veyi నామాల వాడ వెంకటేశుడా మూడు నామాల ముద్దు శ్రీనివాసుడా వెయ్యి నామాల వాడ వెంకటేశుడా మూడు నామాల ముద్దు శ్రీనివాసుడా కోటి కోటి దండాలయ్యా కోనేటి రాయడా కోటి కోటి దండాలయ్యా కోనేటి రాయడా కోరుకున్న వారి కొంగు బంగారు దేవుడా శ్రీకర శ్రీకర శ్రీతమందార సర్వేశ్వర పరమేశ్వర శాంతాకార శంఖ చక్రధర సర్వశ్రేష్ఠ సుప్రభాత సేవలో సూర్యుడవయ్యా సూర్యుడవయ్యా అజ్ఞానపు చీకటులను అణచెదవయ్యా మాధవ కేశవ అభిషేక సేవలో మురిసేవయ్యా మురిసేవయ్యా ఆత్మ కల్మషముల కడిగి కాచేవయ్యా శ్రీకర శ్రీకర కోటి కోటి దండాలయ్యా కోనేటి రాయడా వారి కొంగు బంగారు దేవుడా పద్మనాభ ఋషికేశ పద్మనాభ ఋషికేశ వందన శరణ పరశురామ బలరామ రఘుకులరామ పురుషోత్తమ పుణ్య పురుష పుండరీకాక్ష వామన
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Sangeeta Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Sangeeta Priya Sangeetam Avadharaya.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Ramanarayanam Janaki Vallabham Ramanarayanam Janaki Vallabham कौन कहते हैं भगवान आते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान आते नहीं तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् कौन कहते हैं भगवान खाते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान खाते नहीं ढेर शुद्री के जैसे खिलाते नहीं ढेर शुद्री के जैसे खिलाते नहीं अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् कौन कहते हैं भगवान सोते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान सोते नहीं माँ यशोदा के जैसे सुलाते नहीं माँ यशोदा के जैसे सुलाते नहीं अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् कौन कहते हैं भगवान नाचते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान नाचते नहीं गोपियों के तरह तुम नचाते नहीं गोपियों के तरह तुम नचाते नहीं अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम् रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्
शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ
Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Priya Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranam Avadharaya.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome all of you with my love and respect to this Shakti Avishkarana. I am Ananda Gandha and I have with me an extraordinary power manifested, Nithyananda Gandha. Ma Kaladhara, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Nithyananda, I am Manitya Kaladharananda. I am 14 years old and I have been studying in the Nithyananda Gurukul past 3 years. And by Swamiji's grace, I have been manifesting extraordinary powers of Paramashiva.
So let us begin with a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. He performs the Panchakritya, 5 cosmic acts of Shakti creation, Sthiti maintenance, Samhara rejuvenation, Prabhava pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha liberating grace for all living entities. Today, an incarnation of Paramashiva walks amongst us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, reviving the ancient science of power manifestation from the Vedagamas. Vedagamas are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or the source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana, which we will be looking into shortly. The knowledge and science of manifesting the Vedagama truths are transmitted through Diksha or initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar. With his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has initiated into 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, out of which today you will be witnessing the power of consciousness over matter. Before we begin, I will give you a little introduction about the power of consciousness over matter. Have you ever looked at the characters in movies moving objects effortlessly like trucks and boxes with just a look or flick of the wrist? Have you ever fantasized of having power like that or dreamt of it or gone to the level of seeking for it? If yes, you have come to the right place. Today we will be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, where the Balasant here will be rolling the coconut and the orange off my hand at the same time, using her third eye. All it requires is a simple feeling connection with Paramashiva, and the power beautifully manifests. Soon you will be witnessing how simply the power manifests. It doesn't take long hours or years of tapas. It's just a simple initiation from the avatar, either by touch, word, or look. That is all is required for all these extraordinary powers to manifest. So manifesting this power breaks the impossibility in you. The impossibility will turn into possibility when you roll the object. Just like that, all the obstacles you thought you couldn't cross will seem like nothing. Just like that, all the impossibilities in your life will become a beautiful possibility. Just manifesting this power will complete all your incompletions. Understand, as the coconut and the orange rolls off my hand, the deep root patterns becomes complete. With this, we'll begin the power manifestation. But before we begin with the power manifestation, we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter. Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani. Now Ma Kailaasa is going to begin with the power manifestation by connecting with Paramashiva and chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is the passcode which takes us to a higher frequency and continuously reminds us that we are Paramashiva. Let us also sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya 3 times.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
In a matter of just a few seconds, you will all see how this extraordinary power manifests and how the object rolls off my hands. So just sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line and watch carefully.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So you have seen how the coconut in the orange has rolled up my hand at the same time. And this is, understand that this is all just Paramashiva manifesting through her, and this is all just Swamiji's grace. So how old are you, Ma Kailaasa?
I'm 14 years old.
And how long did it take for you to manifest?
It just manifested in a matter of few minutes.
So understand, this is what it is to be in Gurukul and be an initiated disciple of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. So with this, we offer this at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Thank you for joining us. We invite you to join us for tomorrow's segment to witness various other powers. Nithyanandam.
Kailaasa, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him, not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, Kailaasa, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of Kailaasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailaasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailaasa. He began reviving Kailaasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailaasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailaasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailaasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailaasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailaasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailaasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailaasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished, and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailaasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailaasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailaasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailaasa. Since 1994, up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight, or by virtue of hope. Kailaasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
I am as old as sun, as new as sunrise. Various incarnations happened, gave a breakthrough to consciousness and gave opening to the next level. My responsibility is to introduce new consciousness which manifests powers of Sadashiva. As Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada, the oldest apex body of Hinduism, I welcome every one of you. I have experienced Sadashiva in his completion, and he has empowered me to transmit that experience to all of you. It's my commitment to all of you. I'll make you experience and manifest Sadashivatva, powers and state and space of Sadashiva. When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. More power manifestation, more integrity, more unclutching, more nirvikalpa samadhi, more joy, more restful awareness, more responsibilism, more enrich, more bliss. This tradition has a capacity to retain its authenticity and originality. My purpose is to make this statement to the world. Hinduism is real. Ideas move from mind to mind. Energy moves from space to space. Cognitions move from body to body. That is why even Sadashiva needs a body. He assumed the body because he needs body to transmit these cognitions to you. Whatever I am doing is reviving the original science as expressed in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Vedas and Agamas of the Hindu tradition. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted by Vishnu to run this universe is Agama. Agamas insist on us serving beyond our frame. Whatever experience, anubhuti I had by my Guru's grace, Atma Pramana, I do acid wash with Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, the ancient masters' experiences. Whatever finally stands I share it with the world as Sakshi Praman. I welcome everyone for the grand feast of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us go on contributing.
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमक्ष्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the panel discussions. Today we are continuing our panel discussion. It is the fourth week. We have beautiful panel discussion on Hindu education. And after that, we continued with the excellent discussion on panel on Hindu medicines. So there we had a very good panelist from outside, and we discussed about how Hindu medicines, indigenous medicines, were excellently staying and protecting our Indian people, and what kind of an indigenous system is really surviving, thriving. So that we had touched upon that, and we touched upon how Hindu medicine economy works. So that is also one point, and we were talked about how the latest announcement from the government is creating a lot of ripples. So we were talking about how Ayurvedic medicines also coming up, emerging. So that was a very good interesting thing. Then after that, we had in Hindu economics, we had an excellent panel. So today we are going to have a panel discussion on Hindu medicine once again. Of course, Hindu medicine is such a vast topic. And what Swamiji is trying to do, even if you're just trying to take and talk, we would be requiring at least few hundred hours. That is a kind of a huge topic. So we wanted to, cover up the topics. We wanted to just take the glimpse of the important point of the whole Hindu medicine, the Hindu medicines, and we are trying to present in this. So just to start before the whole panel discussions, I just wanted to set the context. Okay, so we all know that Hinduism is our way of life. So the Hindu medicine is also. We are talking about like the modern day meditations. Unlike the modern day meditation, Hindu medicines aims at providing a quality improvement of the life as a whole, not just treating the disease. To be very specific, for modern medicines, body is just a matter. Okay, but for Hindu medicine or indigenous medicines, we are treating in a holistic approach. We are treating as a complete energy. We very well know that just before 200 years, when only Hindu medicines prevail in this country, we know what was the cost of the medicines, how the treatment has happened, what was the quality of life of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, and what is the way the immunity level exists. Even in this current pandemic period, compared to the global level, our immunity levels are better. And the way in which the number of patients admit and the cure happening, the ratio is much better than any other global standard. And wherever in our own country where we have taken indigenous medicines, we have got a fantastic result out of it. We are going to touch upon that point, and we have a panelist to share that success story, few of the success story of our Hindu medicines. This is exactly Swamiji is trying to create in an ecosystem of Kailaasa, where all these Hindu medicines and Hindu medical ecosystem can survive and flourish. What does that mean? It means that last 250 years, what happened to all our, seats, be it education, be it economy, be it politics, what happened in last, you can take from Mughal invasion to British invasion, then after that our secular invasion, how every field got, I can say it just spoiled. The same way it has happened to medicine also. So as Swamiji says, the seed of Hinduism, seed of every element of a Hinduism has to be protected, has to be flourished, and it has to grow. So we have, as Kailaasa, we were done so much excellent work on pregnancy, spiritual healing. Today, one of the topics we are going to talk about is a spiritual healing. So as we mentioned, the basic difference is it body? Is it just a matter? As a medicine, how is the medical, definitions looking at me? It's just if I get broke my bone, the doctor look at me just as in hardware. Do this, to put nut and bolt, and do this, and just complete it across. Okay, so the universities, like, we know that, is it that we didn't have this, and we know the history very well, whereas the Sushritas, our ancient studies of all this operations, everything, and we saw that last time when we had a medical discussion, medicine Hindu medicine panel. There is a madam who came from outside. She was just talking about how our systems have taken, well documented systems have taken, gone abroad, and is being rebranded as Western medicine. She was just giving a beautiful explanation about it. And we also know that Nalanda, Dakshila, Kanchi produced the quality and skilled Vaidyas who not only served Bharat, they served complete entire globe. So we have an example like Bodhitattva who traveled from South India to China. So like this, so many indigenous story of medical technology has been stolen by the West and has been rebranded as their invention. I mean, we talked about the plastic surgery last week. So for a Hindu society, medicine is not an industry. We have had communities who have dedicated their lives to serve the society, take the responsibility of their well-being, health, and protect them from the disease. It was all existing before maybe 50, 70 years back. It was very much, we are not talking about a history of 1,000 years, just 70, 100 years back, it was very much existing. That's exactly Swamiji is trying to revive as a Hindu medicines. We don't need to completely reform. We don't need to do any big revolutions. We don't need to completely change A to Z. Nothing. What we need is a simple revival thing, what was existing earlier. Of course, with the modern adaptation or recontextualization, if you're talking about it. Okay. So is that all legitimate? So what are the challenges? That is exactly this panel is trying to address. Is it possible to bring back all things? The belief system before 30, 40 years, my mother used to say, hey, come, you have a fever, just say this Kolarupadiham and just put a vibhuti and fever will be going. Is it that what I can just transmit to my people? If I'm not being with Swamiji, spiritual healing, will I believe? Is so-called neo-Hindutva forces, and which wants a scientific proof for morning to night and each and every activity. How they would be viewed this spiritual healing. Is this going to be in the Hindu system, or in the name of neutralizing, are we just going to throw this out? On the name of it's not having a scientific brand, are we going to lose it? It's an important question. Even though in this period, COVID period, pandemic period, we got many successes, the sad part is just because of it is not well legitimate outside, and it's not well accepted by most of practicing Hindus or Hindus inside. Still, it is even though it is practiced, it is not into the very much mainstream like any other Western medicines. So with that context, let's just get into the panel. Today we have a panelist, Dr. Vaidya Rajapandi Ayya. Rajapandi Ayya is an HOD of Ayurvedic College in Tirunelveli, and he is serving. He has written many articles, and he is a speaker in many forums on this topic. And particularly, I wanted to start with Rajapandi Ayya to share his experience. Even last week, he shared his experience of handling this COVID period, how in the ground level, indigenous medicines are really useful. Okay, so particularly for the viewers, just I want to say, Tamil Nadu as a government, they have supported for all this indigenous medicine at this COVID period, and it is given a result. I heard 91, 92%, people are coming back in a very short period. That's what government statistics are saying. So let's listen from Rajapandi Ayya that how our Hindu medicines, how our indigenous medicine is really making a mark on this COVID period. Ayya, please start.
Nithyanandam, so thank you for the opportunity. Yeah,
your voice is not there. I think your
voice is okay. Yeah, it's clear. Hello. Hello. So it's okay?
No, I could not able to listen.
Oh. Nithyanandam? It's audible?
Yes, Ayya Nithyanandam. Please proceed, Ayya.
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If others can hear, please go ahead.
So still, the last week, I was in the COVID ward. Continuously, I was in the COVID with a COVID patient. So I like to tell this, even right now, the second COVID wave is coming in all the Europe and America. The already lockdown is going, but in Tamil Nadu, especially in Tamil Nadu and India, the people are right now not much affected, and even if affect, we will come out. That is one good news we are having. So the good news why I am telling, because in the last 6 months we treated more than in Tamil Nadu, in the Ayush system of medicines, with the Ayush system of more than 20,000 people we treated in different 29 centers, 29 Ayush centers we treated. In that 20,000 people we treated, and all over Tamil Nadu we distributed the Kabajara Kudineer and Nilavembu Kudineer, more than 3 crore people. This all we documented and the Nilavembu Kashaya and Kabajara Kudineer as a prophylactic as well as the treatment of COVID. We distributed 3 crore people in Tamil Nadu, and even so we need a documentation for the legitimacy of Ayush system. For the legitimacy, for the documentation, we did 9 clinical trials in Tamil Nadu, mainly the big hospitals, Stanley Medical College and Theni Medical College and SMR Medical College. Like in all the medical colleges, it's allopathic medical college, we did clinical trials. The clinical trials shows very good promising results, like the immunity level was raised. Even the modern doctors not possible to control that coagulation of the blood, but these drugs having the anticoagulant effect. The remdesivir, the drug also not having that much of coagulant, but this drugs showing that anticoagulant effect more than that. Second, even these drugs not only effective in COVID, and it is very much effective in the SARS virus also. And this is very promising in entire Tamil Nadu. So this all the things we are documented. 20,000 cases we documented, because then only we will get to the legitimacy in the Western worlds. If you take in India, Ayush Ministry of Ayush, the government of India, they took a very effective role to fight the pandemic, COVID pandemic. So they come Ayush for Immunity campaign. This campaign really helped the people, and it's give the real awareness how Ayush system is helping as a prophylactic and treatment. This with this reach more than 1.5 crore people, and they took the medicines, and it was documented by Ayush Sanjeevani app. In that app, those who are took these medicines, they themselves uploaded their documents. So I took so and so medicine, it was help, like that. So in the public also, we got a 1.5 crores documentation result. Ayush medicine is as a prophylactic, as a treatment, it is very helpful. As well as Ayush ministries conducted the various studies, research studies. Totally 104 studies we conducted. It's comprising of prophylactic effect, add-on effect, standalone as Ayush medicines, and observation and clinical and experimental studies. We did 135 centers in countries in entire India. 135 centers we conducted studies. The report showed very promising outcomes in mitigation of COVID. this eyes intervention has been well tolerated by all the patients, and we didn't see any serious adverse events and no drug reactions. So this was um, because why I am telling, so we can treat, but we need a legitimacy. For the legitimacy, we are documented. Right now, we have a 3 crores documentation in Ayush Sanjeevani, as well as in our some 135 centers, we have a documentations. So this documentation really going to help in further pandemic also. So every 100 years, we come to know the pandemic is coming, and always the people, when it's coming, people are very worry, very much depressed. But this time this documentation is going to help for the further pandemic. As well as I like to add some more points. This pandemic is not new for our this world, as well as our Shastra and our society, because in all the pandemics, we given a source and solution. Swamiji used to tell, Indian system is having the source, it is having the solution for the pandemic. So we Hindus, we need to take the responsibilities in this pandemic also. We need to treat. I thought, I think as an Indian government and the Tamil Nadu government as a personal thing, and the Hindu system of medicines given the real solution for this pandemic. And we have the reference in our Charaka Samhita. The Charaka Samhita is the main book for Ayurveda. In that Vimanasthana 3rd chapter called Janapada Domsam. Jana or Domsa. So Jana as a whole population getting the Domsa, they are killed. The Janapada Domsa. Like a Janapada Domsa means it's an epidemic or pandemic. The people are dying as a whole. The chapter is explaining how this Janapada Domsa occurs, and what are the treatment, what are the lakshanas, what we need to follow. The total is there. Just 2-3 minutes I will explain. And if I read, it's good. See, the main karana of the Janapada Domsa is adharma. Adharma is a main karana. So a main adharma, how it is happening, they are explaining. The leader of the country is not following the righteous things. Is surrounded. The ministry is not going to follow the righteous. Then the subordinate is not following to the righteous. Then it is going down. So the king is not following the righteous things. The same, the praja, the people is not going to follow, because that whole society is going to follow the adharma. Because of that adharma, that natural things of land, air, water get polluted. Because of the pollution, the Janapada Domsa, the epidemic diseases are coming. And again, the Shishya is asking the Guru, all the individuals, person like me and elder and younger, because all the Prakriti is different, Vaya is different, food is different, even everyone is different, how they are get affecting by the own diseases. Then Guru is telling, yes, you are telling each and every individual is different. But for the each and every individual, that water, air, land, and the light, everything is one same. Once this all get affected, then those who are living in that area, the disease will occur. Then the morbid mortality rate will be very high. Then Acharya is asking, what is the main treatment for eradicating the Janapada Domsa? Acharya so Panchakarma treatment is good, and these are the drugs are good, and more than that, they are very much telling they need to follow what are the things explained in the Agamas and Vedas. They must read spiritual granthas. They need to have a link and contact with the sannyasis, and they need to they need to respect the Brahmins. They need to respect the elders, and they need to follow the Dharma, Ahimsa. They need to follow the Dharma, Ahimsa, Abhirigraha. These are the main line of treatment the book is explaining. And right now also, the Swamiji is in the satsang told, The main thing is adharma and ahimsa and aparigraha is the main causes for the disease. As well as if you take, I am very, very much surprised. The whole thing, the person need to read that Veda mantras and Veda mantras and need to listen that. They need to go to the temple and chanting the mantras and having a link with all the sannyasis and those who attain the Brahma knowledge. Then only the person will come out from the diseases, this endemic. This is the treatment they explained in the Charaka Samgita, Uttarasthana, Janavado Domsa Adhyaya. Thank you, Ayya.
Super. Janapada Domsa. It's
Yes.
completely a new learning, and I understand the medical book is talking about Dharma. Of course, we know that in Hinduism, when we talk about the entire Varnashrama Dharma and all. What are the responsibilities and duties for each and every one, and we always given the first priority to dharmas and sannyasi. I'm sure Ma Prematma Swami would like to jump on this and take this is exactly what Swamiji is telling, satsang after satsang, and everything you just end up with this dharma. So you can just say a few words on this, how our Hindu sannyasa system, how our Hindu social structure is very important, not only in just protecting, but even not only just after comes is just protecting or curing it, just before that also it can have the capacity to protect it, and it can take care of the humanity. Just throw some light on that.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, thank you, Nithyanandam. Yes, I very rightly said. In our Varnashra Dharma, each community, each group has a certain responsibility to live, and a group of people who can dedicate for earning, for the Vaishyas, right? They focus on the business aspect, and there is a group, the Kshatriyas, who protect the country. So like this, there are different varnas. The responsibility, not everybody will be able to dedicate their time in protecting the sacred scriptures and ensuring that the knowledge is transmitted and followed. So that is where the responsibility of the sannyasis comes, where this guru, through the Guru Parampara, that sacred knowledge of all the scriptures is one shared, protected, lived, and that is the responsibility of the sannyasis, where it is essential. Swamiji says at this day and age, it is not like when you become old and then you take sannyas. It is very, very important that we need more and more sannyasis to protect the dharma. As Raja Pandya rightly said, the problem that we are in today, the situation that we are in today, is because of the adharma, the greed in grabbing everything, whatever it is, not really bothering neither about the planet Earth, neither about others, just as much as of greed. Grabbing is because of greed, right? It is because of that we are in the situation. And as Ayya was saying, when we are taking the medicine, the different types of medicine system, the modern medicine is basically considering only the matter aspect of it, not the life. And while we are going all out in grabbing everything and without the consideration of how it can affect us, without seeing the effect, the complete dimension, just because you take some medicine, it is not everything is going to be sorted out. And of course there are side effects also. So the Hindu system was holistic in approach, and the solution for any problem, we do never address the surface level. Like if you take a simple thing as a headache, the immediate solution is take a medicine that will numb the pain, not that something that will cure the pain is what the modern medicine is leading us to, not addressing where the source of the pain is coming from and how to address this.
Exactly.
And this is what is commercialized, and everybody is running behind this. And naturally, when the ecosystem is imbalanced, we end up in such a pandemic, not knowing how to protect ourselves or our future, our humanity. This is what Swamiji is now avoiding, or giving us the knowledge of why we are here today. It is because of this adharma, and why it is essential to protect our sacred Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, which is the only solution for humanity. So the Kailaasa, Swamiji is reviving for this purpose because as on today, there is no other single Hindu nation, there is no other country which has Hinduism as an official religion where such a holistic depth approach is given to every dimension of life, whether it is medicine, whether it is education, or even enlightenment for which we are born. So the purpose of Kailaasa that Swamiji is reviving is for this purpose, not just for Hindus, not just to revive Hinduism, but Hinduism is the only solution for humanity, whether it be medicine, whether it be a pandemic or epidemic or economic problems or violence or anything. Hinduism is the only solution. It is not that I'm just saying this, because it is a proven history that we have seen over thousands of years how Hinduism has been the solution. But unfortunately, we have failed to protect. That is why we are in the situation. And thank you. Yeah, I'm just taking this opportunity to remind every Hindu out there, please, our voices matter. Our voices are important. Hindu votes are sacred. Please take a simple step, a couple of minutes to cast your vote on the Hindu rights. You can go to kailaasa.org/Hindu votes and cast your vote, your opinion on the matters that matter to us. So thank you. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. So, taking a key words of Janma Dvamsa. Yeah. So it is one of the, we understand from all the perspective in all the panels, the greediness of the society. Okay. So we have seen that Goldman Sachs kind of a mutual funds or the fund managers go to the extent of saying that we cannot cure a medicine. We can't cure any diseases permanently. It's an open statement. So the corporatism, whatever the name you give it, colonialism, corporatism, whatever the name you give it, it's purely running on a greedy thing, and it's no hidden fact about it. So when it's upfront that I'm an investor of X company, X pharma company, my company as an investment, it goes, if I'm a fund manager, if I'm a a corporate of that background, I have to do all things, whatever I am doing it for that well-being of the stakeholders, that become a dharma for it. That is the way now people started interrupting. My dharma is take care of my stakeholders. Coke could be able to come there and openly say, I have to take care of my stakeholders because I can do anything.
Exactly,
So yeah. So this is a point I wanted to actually involve Santalakshmi Ma or Akilaya to just say how we can, this greediness. There are 2 points I want you to just share. Is one is greediness, and second is let us take the greediness part first. How we can address this, or we can recontextualize it. And Akilaya, you both can just share the light on it. Is it really? Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah. Thank you. As you were sharing that how the corporate people, it went the whole medical system, especially modern medical system, went to hands of corporate people and this thing. I would like to hear quote Swamiji's exact straightforward words towards this. I'll just tell that I would like to share that. Swamiji says that, why do you think Hindu medicines have not become popular? Because no one can exploit it. Your body cannot be the income source for anyone else. The medicines can be grown in your backyard. The food and medicine comes from your own home. It cannot come from any lab, from any multinational company. No one person or group can exploit trillions and trillions and keep you as your slave. The medical tax terrorism cannot be there anymore. In every aspect of a medical tradition, how a medicinal system is valued, the number of diseases that the system is able to diagnose, it is able to cure completely, it is able to heal, it is able to at least maintain, and its ability to keep you long, healthy, active, allowing you to do what you want to do in your life. In all these aspects, Hinduism is the ultimate. Whether it is the number of diseases they are able to cure, heal, maintain without getting degraded and the long life, healthy, active lifestyle they are able to provide in every level, and their ability to keep you happy, blissful in every level in the medical system is unimaginable. Only one problem: no one can own it and exploit it. It is
Exactly.
open and you can adapt it wherever you are.
Yes. So here, this is the place I want Advan Nirajanama to just share something. Ma, you have traveled in the, you know, I can say a Western medicine, and you know the other side of Hindu medicine also. You worked on both the things very fantastically. So if you could be able to just share something on that ground, like how Western medicine is looking at it. Even Rajapandi, if you have some points, you can just share it. It's an important question I want to put it to the panelists, that we all know that it is successful, it is indigenous, we have done an excellent work, we have statistics for it. But still, when I say still a bigger chunk, when I say, I can say 90-95% of you say a medical market or people adoption is much more on the Western side, where Western have a problem in taking our success story seriously. I mean, ideally, as a layman, my question is, when we have a success story in Tamil Nadu, I should just take up this everywhere and just do that. Instead of that, particularly AIMS and other people, I'm just seeing them a lot of fights happening. We can't just accept this, accept that. Is it an ideological fight? It's a medical fight, or it's a conceptual fight, or it's a simple fight for the money and lobby? I want all of you to, just share your thoughts on this. Yes, Ekila, yeah.
Yeah. So let me put this in context, right? So if you look at the Western system, or the allopathic system that we have currently, most of the funding in research, right, of medicines is driven primarily by the research institutes or universities and pharmaceutical companies. But the funding for the entire ecosystem is predominantly coming from pharmaceutical companies. So that is why if you look at pre-COVID numbers, 33% of the research, the funding would cut off midway through. And these the funding is like, it's not like they ran out of money and the funding is being cut to, for variety of reasons. The reason is not officially disclosed, but it's everyone knows why it happens. When a research is being successful, or it is going into a pathway which reduces the revenue aspect of a company or a pharmaceutical company, those projects seem to be cut off. Now you have built an ecosystem where you are trying to find cures which will increase revenue for the company, not necessarily increase the quality for the patient. Now, this is all well documented, right? I mean, this is not something that is unknown.
Yes.
So the same thought current has pervaded during the COVID.
Yes, okay. Yes, Ma, you wanted to interpret and add something. Please continue.
I just wanted to add and acknowledge what exactly Akhil is telling. Distinctly, yes, because there is a vested interest in these pharmaceutical companies, and they definitely want to make the money. Okay, and whatever they've spent on the research, actually they try to enforce the doctors to prescribe those medications exactly.
Yes.
And it is like it's a nexus, it's a big nexus primarily.
Exactly.
And they come in with their samples, and then they make sure they also go and inquire in the shops where these prescriptions are taken of these doctors, and find out if they've exactly prescribed those medications which they are making. It is a huge nexus where it's a money making racket completely. And I've also known of certain pharmaceutical agencies who provide, I don't know how far it is now. Apparently, they had put a legal case on that, but they were providing holidays to certain doctors. Some sciences, some of the branches of the medicines, like the psychiatric or the dermatology and things like that. I know of a fact that they provide a holiday on the garb of having some kind of a conference, and that is yearly a vacation is provided for the doctors. See, it is everything is all inside one thing. Because okay, so this is where we need to understand that it is really an industry which is so toxic. and we are actually being made fools of. And wherein they are not even addressing the cause of the disease. They are only working towards the. Can you just echo? Can, thank you, ma'am. So where they are actually addressing only the symptoms and not the cause, and they work towards allowing these pharmaceutical agents to rule on them and ride on them. And this is the truth. Where our Hindu medicine and the ancient medicine system was so so beautiful, and there were no side effects also. Please understand, the side effects also are negligible. I think Rajapandi Ayya will actually endorse this. Whereas we know of a fact that with allopathy medicines, the side effects are so high. We have to constantly monitor the patients who are on continuous medications for all the side effects that can happen. Whereas it's literally negligible in terms of what the Ayurvedic medication is like. I think you can add some points on this, Rajapandi.
Yes, sure. Sure, Rama, and I will acknowledge your all the points. Is in COVID, my experience. See, I treated age of 8 months to 92 years old. So pre-COVID, as a prophylactic, we treated, and the patient with positive we treated. After also, in if a main complication like O2 saturation is very low. For the O2 saturation, the patient need to be in ICU for 7 days, 10 days, like that. So the billing and all. There is no medicine just for that ventilations. In that conditions, our indigenous medicines, within 2-3 doses or 2-3 days, the O2 saturation came above 90. And it was very weird. We always think we are, as a Indians and the world, as a indigenous medicine is not having the solution, like, but every condition we have the solution. So simple medication, only some 4-5 medications is there, and we given that O2 saturation level was raised to 90-95. And the main thing, after the main complication is the lung congestion. The lung congestion was very severe, and it is spreading entire lungs, and the patient not possible to breathe, and that coagulation of blood also happening. There was no medicines in modern, and the patients are coming the 4th stage, 5th stages, and we are giving that very simple medication like garlic. Only the garlic with the milk, main garlic paste only we given, and the congestion in the lungs was drastically come down. After 4-5 days, we took the CDs, the congestion was totally disappeared. And for that, the entire world not possible to control, and the death rate is going up. But because of the Ministry of Ayush and the local government, we are giving right now, the death rate was coming down drastically. And this is our experiences. I come. And one more thing I like to add, because what right now is the fundamentally all the companies are doing, it is presently, but these things are happened some 300-400 years before. Because when the invaders, even Mughal invaders came, they destroyed all the things, and that Christian invaders came, they did very cunningly. When they came, they destroyed all the Indian medicine systems and all our sciences, and it was not handed over to the tradition to tradition, and 4-5 tradition was totally cutted. Not only the medicines, in all the traditions was get cutted. And the people, we as an Indian, we don't know what our real proud and what is our scientific values. And before coming to this science, Ayurvedic science, I don't know the Charaka Samhita, Susuddha Samhita, or Vagbada. Like that, in Hindu medicine itself, we are having more than 1 crore books in each and every areas. In Tamil Nadu, if you take, and every area there was a medicine was documented. Entire India, if you take a close together book, was documented, and up to 16th century, and before you also it is not handed over. But during the British, they demolished. They demolished our the Gurukul system. because of the demolished the Gurukul system and they given the Makalo system, and they brought their whole sciences. Their science is greater, their medicine system, their engineering system, whatever the system is available there, the Western, they put it in our country, and they totally demolished our country, our education system and our Vedic culture. So even as an Ayurvedic doctor, I will tell, as we follow the Makalo system, as for the Ayurvedic, it's not correct. And Swamiji is always tell the Gurukul system is the correct. When we Gurukul system, we can learn the medical system and all the sciences, We need to come again with our Gurukul system. Then only our whole science will be evolved. Not only the Hindu medicines and Hindu education and Hindu science. And for that, and Amma will be, and Aya will give that insights.
Correct. Yeah. So that's exactly. So one thing I understand in whatever the panel we are going through, we are obviously in every panel we understand what Mughal invasion has done. Phase 1 innovation, phase 2 by Britishers, and phase 3 by, I will call it as a secular invasion. Okay, so all threes we have a problem, and slowly, steadily we are deteriorated, and there is no possibility of going back. That is, I'm just saying the biggest going back to the root is Kailaasa, where Swamiji is talking about seeds of Hinduism has to be put, and Gurukul is the important main backbone of it. And it's surprised to know, and all of you must be knowing about it. Gurukul, the question came like, fine, why Meghalaya has bought your country? Don't have a schooling system. What are we talking about? When we are talking about Gurukul in 1830 or something, when it is documented, we have around 104,000 schools approximately were there only in Madras Presidency. And we had something in Punjab, we have in Bengal, all these places, this presidency that time is called, and we have a number of schools. Typically, each village, one school was system existing. That is the time I wanted to mention all of your viewers that that's the time British were debating that we have to teach the kids or not. Only the Prabhus, the elite class, the rich class used to go to Stanford and all studyings are having. Then they come to a conclusion that let us teach this poor to study what? Not for science or anything. They come to a conclusion because they have to study Bible, so we have to teach them how to. I want to put this in record. They all been educated not with so-called, social justice today, what they are talking about. They were blaming us that we didn't have a social justice that time. In a presidency level, you can say whether a Dalit or a Muslim or anybody, we had a fantastic thing. So in all panels, we are finding that pattern to happen. We wanted to re-emphasize this invasion part, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 invasion. Such a drastic impact it created. Every one memory, muscle memory, biomemory has to be understand this so that we will be really a warrior, not a reluctant warrior for
Absolutely.
our Kailaasa. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Very beautifully you quoted, Aya. The chemicals, whatever we are consuming through pills, actually our lifestyle, the indigenous ancient Hindu medicine, it's based on lifestyle, Charya Pada. So that's how our ancestors were lived. It is not just handling with giving any pills and just treating superficially. We have to, our ancestors, they have beautifully lived finding the root cause and treating with the root solutions. The chemicals, like whatever we are consuming, which cannot get digested, assimilated into our muscle memory and biomemory, touches only our physical aspect, stops manifestation of symptoms, and suppressing the symptoms does not cure the core of the diseases.
Correct.
But helps as the capacity by its very tendency to dissolve into our completely become part of even our muscle memory and biomemory. That's why when the herbs based things without becoming part of the chemicals, when it is entering inside our system, it is completely healing and finding the it's a treating from the core and treating from the root issues.
Exactly.
That's how beautifully we were living, and currently yes, yeah.
Yeah. So taking just from your point of view, Mark. So it's not only a chemicals. I think I want Rajapandi to just discuss about this Varma system also. We saw the video. I'm sure all the viewers would have seen this video, 5 minutes video, where someone was beautifully demonstrating what's Varma. He was eating some beef, and that was demonstrating how the digestive system happened. And and we've seen earlier similar kind of videos where even the iron can be broken out. So this is also one of the system which got destroyed over the period of time. So just give a quick glimpse about this Varma system, Rajapandya.
Yeah, whether you are putting that slates right now, playing.
We already ran that. Okay, what we have sent it. So we saw that elderly man doing demonstrating that all this thing we have run it. So you can give the signs of it, then how it got died and why it's not a mainstream. You can give the glimpse in short way.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I like to introduce the Varma, the greatest science. We can tell it is our science, and very. So in that science only, that basic thing, how the Kundalini is circulating in the entire body, that whole anatomy structures explained in Varma. And we'll tell what is a Varma exact translation in India. We can, in English we call it a vital point. Vital point. So what is meaning of vital point? Vital point may be in a junction, or we can call a junction means I will explain. So for the hand, this is a junction point. This is a junction point. If anything is occur, any deformities occur in this junction, this finger is not going to work. If for a modern, we can take carpal tunnel syndrome. Exactly this Varma point is getting affected. So from there, in this area is not going to get that energy. So it's not going to functioning. I like that. Varma point we can call as a junction area or powerhouse or transmitters. Like if you take right now everyone getting the cervical spondylosis, there the entire area, that entire upper limb, they are getting numbness and the pain and swelling. There that cervical C6, C4 or C7, there is a the modern, they are telling there is a disc prolapse. Like we used to call it, there is a pudendal Varma. It is a main storehouse. It was get affected. It's a transformer like Varma. If it is get affected, this whole area is not going to function. Again, all the Sat chakras coming under Varma point. This all the Sat chakras we will take. It is a source or power station for the Varma points. So all the Sat chakras is a Varma point, as well as mainly 108 Varmas are explained. Major Varmas are 108, and it is head Varmas, trunk Varmas, and upper limb and lower limb Varmas, and 108 is explained. In that, the six main Varmas, main Varmas are Shat Varmas, Shat chakras. And what they are exactly explaining, from the Kundalini, the source, the Vasi is awakening, it is traveling all the chakras. It is traveling each and every chakras having that nadis. Through the nadis, it is circulating to the bodies, entire body. From the chakras, it is circulating. We are having 7,200 nadis in our body. In that 7,200, 3 nadis are very important: Sulmuna Nadi, Idangala Nadi, and Pingala Nadi. So these 3 nadis, it is going all the 7 chakras. These Idangala, Pingala, and Sulmuna Nadis traveling, because it's a main nadis. From this nadi, and it is connecting the Sat chakras. From there, each and every chakras, that nadi is going. If you take in the Manipuraga chakra, from the Manipura chakra, there is a nadi is emerging, and it is going to all the internal organs. If it is going to the liver, in the liver there is called Atichuriki Varma. If Atichuriki Varma is single, the liver is not going to get energy. So what we will do, if liver for a problem, we will just stimulate that Atichuriki Varma, because then that Vasi, that energy will passing like that. If it is Vishuddhi Marva, in here, Vishuddhi chakra is there. From here, that thyroid and parathyroid and vocal cord is getting the energy. So anything is a problem in that area, that particular Varma we are stimulating. So like that.
Exactly, beautiful.
Energy cycles, this whole system, how from the energy is arising from the Kundalini, how it is passing through the chakras. how it is passing through chakra, how it is traveling each and every body cells, and how it is functioning like. Even any chakra is get affected, that particular organ is not going to work. The Swamiji's the total ASB classes, because this chakra is not only passing that energy, and through only that the mind energy, all spiritual energy and food energy, everything is going. The modern is not having this science, and our entire science is it's Varma. It's having a lot of books, Varma Birangi, Varma Kannadi, Agasthyar Varma, and it's mainly dealing how these 700 chakras, each and every chakras, how it is connected, how that each and every organs was get connected. We have a fundamental, because right now that anatomy and physiology what we are following the modern, we have more than that wonderful anatomy physiology we have, and it's totally distracted. I like to say something about the Varma Vaidyas are very famous in Kanyakumari area, and even in that Kerala, Malabar areas. During that independence period, what they did, it's because Varma is not only for the medicine as well as for the fighting purpose also. So the Varma is what they are using fighting purpose. It's called Adivarma Murai. Because if you are going to fighting, for example, this is the hand. If you are hold like, the person will easily remove from your hand. But if you hold like this, the opposite person, they can't remove. They can't take your the hand, because for example, if you are hitting this area, patient may not faint, but you are hitting this area, just upper area, the patient will immediately find a collapse. So Adivarmas, the major for previously, all the warriors used to learn Adivarmas. In Kerala, it's very famous Kalari fight. So the people for the Kalari fight too, they need to go for the Yogashana, the bodybuilding, and how to fight. Because Adivarmas, even a simple point, if you are just triggering, the person will be faint, and even you can kill. Even without touching also you can. Like that was the science was there. And what the British people they did, even Varma, simple stimulation, they used to cure a lot of diseases. All right now, what that cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis and the frozen shoulder and the headache, simple headache, these are the things, just the stimulating the point. And because some junction that the vasi is not going, that the power is not going, the source is not going, so the person is getting pain or thing, they just stimulate that area and give some kashayas and thaila, the persons are easily cured. For that, if the modern, they are going for the surgery, and after the surgery, we don't know how whether the success or not.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is the point I wanted to. I mean, it's looked like I was really enjoying this whole thing. It's looked like our ASP class, as you say. You're talking about all 7 chakras and how it goes. And I'm really, with a lot of gratitude, I'm thinking Swamiji and say, like, he has, equipped us, all of us, as a spiritual healer. To honestly speaking, as a layman, this is all jumping jargon for me. But as a spiritual healer, he has empowered us in just by touching it, and we were, thousand and thousand of people are just healing in this, healing the world, healing the the entire universe. Of course, Swamiji is healer. He has healed many people, and Swamiji equipped thousands of healers. That is something amazing in the spiritual continuation. At least I have not heard about it. This kind of spiritual revolution happened earlier. We know that many gurus have come and they were the spiritual healers and they have done miracles. We know about it. We read tens and tens of stories. But some guru who can make 1,000 healers and going to the masses and doing changes is absolutely a Hindu revolution or a spiritual revolution. This Kailaasa, I love to be talk. So I want on the spiritual ground, Atmanaranjanama or Chandalakshmi, I can say the spiritual healing. So basic question what I want to ask is, yes, we all know that what is that. We, as an experiencer of it, we have done for many people. I've done it in my family. I've done it in society. I know it works. But still there is a question on top of it. There is a knife hanging on it. Still there is a world which is looking with a suspectable specs. Okay, particularly a doctors. Okay, so in this ground I want you to little answer that. I mean, any of you can just pick up.
Yes, Dr. Atmanajama, just before you start, I just wanted to add that as Abhimuktaya rightly pointed out, many spiritual healers, we've heard about gurus, saints who heal people, and we've heard about many miraculous stories. But for the first time, we have Swamiji, a guru, who not only he has healed hundreds of thousands of people around the world, but he's initiated so many number of people. He has initiated hundreds of thousands of people into the spiritual healing. What we practice is the Nitya spiritual healing, using the cosmic energy, as Dr. Atmanarajana would explain, how he has initiated so many spiritual healers around the world who just casually perform this spiritual healing in helping people, helping humanity around the world. So I just wanted to point out that. Back to Dr. Atmanarajana.
So it's beautiful for me to actually share this. Being an allopathic doctor, what happened was when I got initiated as a healer, I went back and I was we are supposed to start a healing center, right? And this was like here I'm a doctor. I'm supposed to be giving allopathic medicine or whatever the cure which I am supposed to be handling. And here I have set myself out to give spiritual healing. So inside of me, please understand, there was such a contradiction. What are people going to see? The whole thing went to what are people going to think? Here is a doctor, but she's giving spiritual healing. Does she not know her practice, number one? Or does she not believe that practice which she has got a degree for? And what exactly is the spiritual healing? You won't believe it. Only when I understood the science, such an elaborate science of spiritual healing that was given as during the spiritual as a spiritual healing course, we understood that we are made up of 5 koshas. First, that was the first knowledge given to us. Second, every kosha, you have some different type of a healing, a medical practice for it. So if it is Annamaya kosha, which is the physical body, yes, you have allopathy, you have acupressure, you have acute touch, okay, and you have Alexander therapy. But when you go on to the subtler koshas, okay, which is the pranamaya kosha, you have pranic healing. Like that, when you go on to Vijnanamaya kosha, you have Manomaya, Vijnanamaya. In the Vijnanamaya kosha, you actually address that kosha with Ayurvedic medicines and Hindu medicines and Chinese medicines. Then when you go deeper in, that is the Anandamaya kosha, that is where spiritual healing happens. When I knew the science behind it, it was so easy for me to even tell the people, look, there is a limitation. Every kosha, there is a limitation to the manner in which you can heal. You can only go to this level for this particular thing. Beyond it, if you really need to go, that is when spiritual healing really took off in such a big way. As I started becoming a healer, as I was walking past, this is my direct experience. We used to have a spiritual healing center. I had converted my garage, made it so beautiful for people to come and get their healing. And there was this one person who was actually writhing with pain. He was sitting there. I was upstairs and I came down. I walked in. He stood up. I said, what is the matter? He said, my pain has gone. Please understand, when we become spiritual healers, we radiate that healing energy. Simply walking past that individual healed him. At that point of time, we need to understand, where are we? We've just become channels of that beautiful divine energy. And it just radiates from us. And there is a recipient there who is also believing in this. So the recipient received it in such a beautiful way. And the person who's healing was pure channel of this energy. I just walked past and he said, Ma, my pain has gone. That is when there's so much of gratitude for Swamiji. He only said one thing. He said, my healers are my hands. Exactly. I have only 2 hands. I need more healers for the world. And that is how we all came in as healers. And believe me, every bit of it, as we are healing, and I have been healed by Swamiji for my rheumatoid arthritis. And my blood test was negative after he gave me the healing. This is just an example of me sitting here who received Swamiji's healing.
Even Ma, actually, I was, introduced as, Swamiji even when I was in during my college days and all those things, I have heard about Swamiji. That way only, like, oh, some very young Swami is there, where if he touches his, his energy space itself healing lots of people. That's how Swamiji also, like, it is a very beautiful thing where yeah, yeah, because Swamiji can. I hear that way, like, he can heal lots of people, lots of diseases, like where modern sciences are not ready to, not ready, modern science cannot heal, like cancerous, various types of cancer, third grade, and also all those things. So but all these things very simply by his touch and by his grace, it's simply melting, and people can very beautifully come out from all those diseases. Even I hear, like, first there's a one Swami where he can heal all sorts of the diseases. That's why I was introduced by Swamiji. I want to share that.
Yes, yes, it's absolutely nice to listen from you, Arvind Rajanama. I know that the kind of healing things you have done in Chennai, I heard about it, I had an experience about it also many times. So it's like uh, it's like when Swamiji energy comes, spiritual healing. The important is the recipient. The one point I'm just trying to understand, like, well, we know that in Annamaya Kosha, Vinganamaya Kosha, all these things are happening. The important part is even the recipient has to be open for that. That's an element. Today, for I to take anacin, metacin, I don't need to prepare myself because I'm treating my body as a simple hardware shop. So, as a chemical, so Swamiji very nicely say it is a chemistry or a biology. So when I understand the spiritual, it's biologically the life also taken into a part. The mind is playing a game, and there is some kind of, I don't know whether I name it as a surrender or acceptance, or at least the openness. The openness is there. So with the no logical mind, it works or doesn't work. Nothing stopping happening. So just it goes, like Swamiji always asks. I need to have your permission to get inside you and heal it. So that conscious confirmation, I call it a CC, a conscious confirmation, and just it does the complete healing part of it. I think Akhil has one good story to share. Akhil, if you could be able to just pip in and say the story of anything on this healing side. It's just healing doesn't matter only in this Janma. Probably you can just share the story what we talk about, that arrow, and uh, yeah, you can.
Yeah, so it's actually the story is not mine, it's my wife's actually.
Yeah.
So let's
I have
put
to
it
tell
this
you,
way.
I was also there at that time.
Yeah,
Yes.
there are a lot of witnesses around here. Okay, actually, most of the witnesses are doctors, not ordinary people.
Okay.
I mean, first-hand witness, right? So it happened. I mean, so basically, this long story short, I'll try to summarize it in 30 seconds. My wife was hit by a arrow somewhere between the nose and the eye region, the soft bone, right? That is there, and it immediately broke. It was a blunt arrow, so that's why it immediately broke. And she was oozing blood, and the doctors were not able to control the bleeding. And they said she has to be taken to the hospital and surgery has to be done. The only thing the doctors are debating on was whether it has to be a microsurgery or regular surgery. Then there was another doctor who stepped in and said, okay, I know someone, let us take her an ambulance there so that we can get a microsurgery done. And she woke up the doctor in the middle of the night. That was around 3 or something. And in the meantime, Swamiji was calling my wife for healing. And once he called her, he touched her head and he did something. And in the meantime, I mean, the doctors put the bandage and everything, right, so that the wound is not exposed. And she lost so much of blood that she almost fainted. Like probably she lost like half a pint of blood or something. And after Swamiji put her head, we took her to the hospital in the middle of the night. And in the meantime, there was this other doctor devotee who was waking up the ENT doctor because she knew it's only an ENT guy who can do the surgery. And she was getting the
Dr.
operating
Shanti,
room.
I think Shanti
Yeah,
woke
Dr.
up
Shanti
the
only.
ENT doctor. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, she woke up the ENT doctor. She is not an ENT doctor. So then she was talking to the hospital and getting the operating room prepared and everything. And we went to the hospital. The ENT doctor was fresh from his sleep, and she was saying, "Let's go to the operating room." And the doctor was like, "No, wait. Let me just check her up in my room, and then we'll go to the operating room." And as soon as the bandage was opened, all of us were shocked. The injury that was there, right, the fracture that was there, Forget about the fracture. There was no trace of injury as well. All you could see was some old blood stain. That's it. And this, and the doctor was looking at us, I mean, in a weird way. I mean, he didn't say it, but the expression was clear. For this, you woke me up in the middle of the night. And then he said, there is no need for any, even the band-aid was not necessary, but he said, just use the band-aid for one day so that, you know, the soft tissue that is there is not exposed to dust. And he didn't know what else to do. There was no medicine required, nothing. So that's, I mean, even if I look this from economics point of view, the cost of the treatment is ridiculously low, right? So that is what I was trying to come with my reasonable argument. The whole system is geared up for revenue generation, not for minimizing effective treatment. See, in this case, the treatment was effective, low cost, everything. Now, if you're trying to build a Hindu system in the Western model, it's not going to give you the necessary outcome. So if you're trying to build up the Hindu system, you have to look at the Hindu economics as well, right? So there is a reason why Hindu system was so, I mean, how do I put it? Low cost, high effectiveness, right? The reason is the way the economics of the Hindu system is organized, right? So the doctors would get paid to keep the patient healthy. If the patient was sick, the responsibility of the treatment fell onto the doctors. Here it is the opposite. Here the doctors have an incentive to keep the patient sick. See, unless you try to address that fundamental systemic issue, otherwise it breaks my head, right? I mean, it breaks my heart to see there are so many low-cost treatments available globally, which are directly or indirectly related to Hinduism, and yet none of them are adopted. Why? Because there is a revenue impact.
Exactly.
Like even in US, right? For example, they are when I speak to doctors here, they say, "Oh no, things have gotten so much better. Now we are given a fixed amount of money to treat the patient." So, which means they have only limited amount of treatment that revenue they can extract per patient. So, which means they need more number of people to be sick.
Correct.
Instead of one person being sick, they have to get more people sick to get the same revenue.
Yeah, so this is about one patient, $10,000. Now we have $1, so we need to have a 10,000 patients.
10,000 patients.
10,000 patients.
Yeah,
I also have to add something here. It's a very interesting thing. So a person comes in with fever, and you have n number of reasons for fever. So you have to see some prescriptions of which the doctors give. Okay, malaria can cause fever. Dengue can cause fever. It could be a viral fever. It could be the reason. This could be just an influenza could be the cause for the fever. Now you have listed about 5 or 6 causes for the fever. The prescription will have all the medicines for all the diseases.
Oh.
It's so unfortunate. And that I've seen prescriptions like that. And that is where the Hindu system of treatment is something amazing, because based on the nadi, exactly what is wrong with that particular person is all that is. You cannot have one uniform medicine for everything.
Exactly.
It doesn't work. Right? So
there is Amma, I want to take you on that. Okay, I'm just thinking from another desk, and I wanted to ask this. When I was asking with the Western mediciners, allopathic mediciners, they said, fine. I said, we are very customized. But what the point they were trying to mention is, what is the possibility if I miss something? He said, we don't want to take a risk. That's the reason they were giving is we don't want to take a risk. So, I mean, I want you guys to answer it, rightly.
I have a very beautiful thing for this. Literally, in the West, the medicine is defensive. Okay? Because you can be sued. For anything that you do, you can be sued. Here, it never really worked like that. Doctors were looked upon as gods.
Okay.
You understand? So anything that comes from them, it's a complete trust on that system. So there's no question of even thinking that that person would make an error.
Yeah. So
they're just waiting for the doctor to make an error. Oh. I have my own, absolutely defensive. I have my own nephew. Because of what he had to go through, he became a spastic at the age of 12 months. It's a very, very sad story. But they took a biopsy of the heart, saying that there's chicken pox and there's a problem in the heart. And they took a biopsy of the heart stopped, the blood supply to the head stopped, and the child became a spastic. Lifelong, this child now is a spastic.
So it's a fear of the doctor. They don't want to take a risk, so they wanted to give all and get complete. Means technically in the paper, they wanted to be very safe. So I say, boss, I am safe legally.
So they did it.
Actually,
because
I can give you
the
a
heart is
reason.
exactly. I'm telling you, the heart is enlarged. I have to do a biopsy. If I don't do a biopsy, I'll be questioned. Now, what happened? The child became a spastic. Now, can you bring back that child again? That is what my brother asked. He said, can you bring this child back to me? Can you give me this child back in his full health?
Actually, I have something to
It
add
was
here.
iatrogenic. Please understand, it was iatrogenic, which is doctor induced. And
Yes,
life is gone. The family is shattered. Everything went wrong for them.
If it would have been done in a Hindu medical way, probably
You would have just waited. I'm telling you, would have just waited, given boosted them with the immune system, muted. So they would have just given some immune boosters and waited for that. It was just a chickenpox virus which had caused it. 100%, I'm telling you, it just wait and watch, and it would have happened beautiful. It was so unfortunate. They were so aggressive in their intervention, and that's the first thing that they do. There is no question of wait and watch, see what's happening. And that is where actually every time anybody goes, first thing is allopathy will treat the medicine, they treat the disease immediately. You will have immediate results. Results will come immediately. Ayurvedic takes time for the benefit to happen. Yes, it will take time. But if you're willing to wait for it, yes, you know you've got the best for you. And that is what is important.
Actually, Avimukta, here where through third eye scanning, beautifully we could have got beautifully we could have that's how Swamiji is beautifully reviving all these sciences. Obviously, the spiritual healing and through third eye we could have scanned very beautifully and come for certain conclusion, gone for some Ayurvedic and Siddha medicinal herbs and all those things we could have. Then later, at least we could have saved the child from that accident.
Exactly. So I saw many of our balasans, go to the extent of when they, in the name of, our guys goes and do the scanning, they take a paper and draw. They are not a medical students. They say, where is this problem happening? And beautifully say, just since you're saying third eye and just expanding on it, healers, yes, we are all spiritual healers. That adding with the third eye component, oh God. I mean, it's a funny cliche where say it's a medical miracle. Every movie we listen that, oh God, it's a medical miracle. In every scanning cases, we will find it, oh God, it's a spiritual medical miracle. We have seen that in many cases, how our balasans did it. So I'm really taking a nice point. Thanks, Akhil. I have not given you a time on Hindu economy or medicine economy, so somehow you brought. The spiritual healing is an excellent economical system. The same case, I'm sure, Adnan Rajarama was talking about, I'm sure that it would have been run into lakhs, lakhs or some 10 lakhs, it would have been run into. The same Ayurveda, whatever, our Hindu medicine would have taken, it will be maybe a 1 by 10.
It's not even the question. It's not the question of lakhs, one life went.
Life, I understand. I got
the family was shattered.
Family was shattered,
The whole thing was so it was so upsetting. We just didn't know what to do. And believe me, as a doctor in India, I was helpless. The child was unconscious. We couldn't do anything. And they took the consent of the parent.
Obviously. Legally,
you see how the whole thing works? They're very legally safe legally. You cannot do anything to them. You understand? He rings me up. He says, Ma, it is a question of death, life or death for the child. Should I sign up? Should I not? I said, what can I do? Say from here, Ma, I cannot say anything to you. Do the best for the situation there that is there. That's all I could tell him. Because either which way it would have gone wrong.
Yes, Rajapandiya, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to add a little bit. And whatever the thing Amay tell is totally right. But fundamentally, the Hindu medicine system, how we are treating the patient, how we are treating as a disease. If Tamil you call marundu, maru undu. Just we are supporting the body only healing the disease.
Oh, beautiful.
We are not treating. The body is having the own intelligence and it's know what to do, and we are supporting the body. The intelligence is healing. And in Ayurvedic it's called patya. It's a way, how to weigh. The way aushadha, these all are, we are giving, supporting the body intelligent only treating the patient. We are not treating the patient. So we are supporting with some drugs that intelligent, the consciousness only treating the disease. That is our basic fundamental.
Excellent. Yes. There is nothing called intelligent. There is nothing called consciousness. For them, it's a chemical factory, nut and bolt.
It's
right?
a machine.
Quickly. Yeah, mission purely. So when I got a leg breaker, the doctor asked this. You wanted to walk in 4 months, 6 months. He put a fear in me. A 6 month in Bombay, how will you travel? Then I got literally scared. You want to travel in 1 month quickly? I said yes. Then operation is the only way. Then other guy was saying, fine. In any way, in 2 months, you would have all things without your nut and bolt. It would have been cured. Or with a safe, you would have been traveled. Okay, you don't need to carry one more bolt in you. But they use our fear system. The whole system is on fear and greedy. They want to be legally safe, and at the same time, we want everything quick. I know, as if it's a one-man life. In the one-man life, I remember what the doctor used a word. Within 2 months, you can go with your family and take a car and sit in this, one of the pole is there. There you can sit and relax. I said, what the hell? Instead of 2 months relaxing, I would have gone after 6 months and relaxed it. But just this is a thing he put inside me. And when already your leg is broken, you get little scare off and you want to have a quick result and you just go for it. So we are just discussing about it, how the psychology of this, our Hindu medicine is so open, no fear, no greed, so beautifully aligned with the human values. There, other side, we find it's pure fear and greed and little adharmic also. Yes, Akhil, you wanted to say something. Please carry on.
Wanted to add on the points, right? So I just wanted to build up on. Okay, so we clearly know that Ayurvedic system is a much more sophisticated system, and what is called as personalized medicine, right? So for the Western, for allopathic medicine, the holy grail of the entire system is how do you do personalized medicine. But what we ourselves don't realize is Ayurveda, Siddha, most of these traditions are actually personalized medicine which have been perfected for thousands of years, right?
Exactly.
Now, but the problem is this, right? We know, there are a lot of, now what system will work on what system, right? So whether Ayurveda system should become supplemental for allopathy or allopathy should become supplemental for Ayurveda.
Exactly.
That's the first debate that has to be resolved in the current societies where we are. Now, the way things are, it's not an easy fight, right? Like, for example, India recently, Ayurvedic doctors were finally restored. I wouldn't use the word given, restored their ability to do surgeries. And we have seen all the doctors have literally, come up in arms. One renowned doctor is shouting that even Ayurveda is not even science and all of that nonsense, right? Now, that is one aspect of it. The other aspect is, like, for example, I'll give you my own experience, right? So, like, I myself have been initiated as a healer by Swamiji, right? Now, I recently had actually a couple of years back, had a problem where there is a problem in the brain. Now, I knew what the problem was and what the solution is most likely going to be, but I definitely knew what the problem was not. So the doctors in US were all confused and they're thinking, oh, we don't know what it is. So we'll poke a hole in your brain and then we'll figure out what needs to be done. And I couldn't say no to them because the way system is designed, right? I as a patient have no right over my treatment, even though on paper they say, yes, patient has every right. Patient has a right to deny the treatment, but he doesn't have a right over what treatment he wants to go with. Now, the doctors would refuse to treat me without a biopsy in my brain. Now, the problem was the biopsy had to be done between motor cortex and frontal lobe. So what it means is, even if they mess up biopsy a little bit, my entire body, one side of my body would have gone paralyzed. And the doctors would prefer paralyzing my body than treat me empirically. I mean, I was using their own logic to tell them, hey, you should be treating me empirically first. Let us try it out. If it doesn't work, then we will go with biopsy. You won't believe, no doctor would agree to that. Then we were thinking, okay, how do we deal this? So in India also the same logic was given by the doctors. But one difference was, in India, they have to depend on me for my money, right? Because I am paying out of my pocket. In US, the insurance company does the payment. So I have no right in payment also. So I could bulldoze the doctors to say, okay, you will treat me empirically. Now in US, how do we get the medicines in US and all of that? So you're figuring out all the legal methods. Now, I was without medicine for almost 2 or 3 months. And once the infection spread to my lungs, then the doctors were able to diagnose without poking a hole in my brain and treat it. Now, why I mentioned this story was, Here I have used the Hindu system to analyze myself and come to a conclusion, which I was proven right eventually. And obviously, I wouldn't have had this understanding had it not been for Swamiji and his support. Now, how am I going to implement it? Right? My own, I had to spend more money just to make sure I don't get paralyzed. See, doing a biopsy would have costed me about what, $5,000 or $10,000. Here I had to spend $20,000 just to make sure I don't get biopsied, and make sure my left arm and my left leg is not permanently damaged.
Exactly.
So,
So this is a question. I'm sorry. I'm
so
just
to add to this, now even if we have such a well-defined system in place, are any of the national, constitutions of any of these countries, or do they allow for such a system to actually work?
Yeah.
Like, I'm giving you so many cases where it's becoming impossible for me to follow the Ayurvedic system.
Yes, Rajapandi, yeah, there's a
also
question.
add something here. Actually,
Yes,
I had my
yeah.
own.
So yeah, that's a very good question. Sorry, very good question Akilaya has asked. Does any constitution of any country support us to practice this Hindu medicine system? That is what we are struggling with. Even though we know how we should be treated, how our body should be treated, we don't have a say in it. We have to go with the flow, or we are forced to go with the flow. That is why Swamiji is reviving Kailaasa, the only nation in the world where Hindu constitution is practiced, where Hindu medicine system is practiced, Hindu education system is practiced. So we have the freedom for the right, whether it is right treatment, we have the right to the right treatment. Why should I have been forced to go with what for the interest of the doctor, or for the interest of the pharmaceutical company, instead of choosing what is right for me or for what is right for the patient? That is what is not is considered. And what Swamiji is reviving, whether it be the Nitya spiritual healing, whether it is the Atmalinga healing or the third eye healing, different forms where we can awaken the intelligence, where Swamiji is awakening the intelligence in each and every one of us, one, to heal ourselves, as well as to provide the spiritual healing freely, absolutely free of cost, to anyone who needs healing. What a beautiful system that Swamiji is evolving, and he's reviving this and giving back to us what is rightfully ours. We have been deprived of this. We have been snatched all of these traditional things. Now we sit and see, oh wow, what a great past we had, and we are following or appreciating or just fancified with the Western way of life, and now we are suffering with the effects of it, the side effects of it. And we can clearly see all that shines is not gold. And Swamiji is reviving this ancient system, which is so valuable, so important, so holistic. And most importantly, the only place on earth where this is legal, this is where Hindu medicine system, be it is our choice. Like, he has given that freedom to us. So now our question is, do we want this, or do we want to suffer? We have heard many number of mishaps that have happened through the modern medicine. How many lives have been lost, or how many accidents have happened in the surgeries, or how many such mistaken diagnosis through which people are suffering. We've heard enough stories. Do we want this?
Yes, Swami.
Instead of
You are
making
absolutely right.
intelligent choices, do we have to suffer with this? What is the choice? It is ours. Because of the choices we made, it is why we are here today. Now I'm requesting every single one of you that you're watching. I am sure 100% you're agreeing, and I'm sure there are many cases or a few cases in your own family history where you've seen something that have happened to your relative or your own family member. You know that. Is this what we are left with? No. The clear answer is no. Swamiji is giving us the right solution, our option to have our own indigenous medicine system back. That is what Kailaasa is giving back to us. So all we need to do right now is take a moment and cast your vote. Yes, we want this kind of intelligent lifestyle back to us. So please visit kailasa.org/Hindu votes and cast your vote. And if you have already done so, please share. Please share with your friends, family, because every life matters. Not only Hindu lives, every single life matters, and every life has the right to have the right treatment. And it is our voice that is going to make a difference. So please share, enrich people, and let us all cast our votes so that we have the right intelligent way of Hindu medicine system for our life. Thank you, Master Lakshmi. Please.
Thank you, Swami. So here, as so many of us, we have shared how spiritual healing has done lots of spiritual medical miracles. I would like to give a little bit brief on how spiritual healing works scientifically and how Swamiji have healed so many, touched so many beings, so many. He has saved so many lives through spiritual healing. How he has initiated so many beings as a healers through slide presentation, and very very sad and unfortunate thing how it has been quoted as a superstitious and where we couldn't able to follow or follow this science, and we couldn't even preserve this science, and how it is just in front of our eyes. As Ma Prematma Swami was telling, the Indian constitution, the destruction is happening in the spiritual healing. How definitely we need the Hindu nation where we have to freely practicing all those things. So now we can go for the slide presentation. I would like to...
In TV operators, can you be projected?
Meantime, actually, in the meantime, I would like to just share something. For about 3 or 4 months, I was down with a very bad back, and I had a slip disc in practically 5 places on my vertebral column. And the doctors had suggested a surgery, and it is even the painkillers were not having any effect. And I just I came to the Adinam at that time, and just over a Sarva Darshan that Swamiji was just going and giving healing, he just blew, just a blow from him, and that was it. In 48 hours, the 3 months or 4 months pain simply vanished. I'm yet to see that pain again. And this is exactly what spiritual healing is all about. It really hits at the root. The layer that actually it works on is the Anandamaya Kosha, the deepest layer. Yes, so we have our operator ready with the slides.
I will add one more thing here.
Yeah, so I think we are waiting for the slide. Let's complete it. A few minutes. Yes, my slide is there. Please go ahead. Santan Lakshmi.
Yes, Masantana Lakshmi, or who's presenting? So
I think it has to come from the beginning, spiritual healing.
Yeah, it's right.
So thank you. The spiritual healing, it is something, science of super consciousness. The next is it's a energy healing is a holistic, non-invasive therapy that treats the body, mind as an energetic continuum. Any physical or mental disease is an indication that there is a blockage in the energy flow. Please understand here where Rajpandya Ayya has explained about the Varma therapy, exactly functioning in the same way, where we have 72,000 of nadis in our body. Exactly the blockages happens in certain energy flows. That's where diseases or discomforts or malfunctions happens. Through this Varma points, just by touching those points, we could able to remove those energy blockages, and we can increase the circulation. Circulation means most of the time we misunderstood with, that's how modern science, modern medical system has referred as it. Circulation means it's a only blood flow. It's not. Absolutely, it is not. Circulation means it's a heat energy, electromagnetic energy, Vayu energy, and normal energy flow. Everything matters. Circulation means it includes all. Everything has to go the proper way to the particular cell. Then only the functions of the cell will be proper. Otherwise, gradually the degeneration will start. There, either Varma thing, like the Varma therapy, where we are touching the energy points and boosting up the energy flow or removing the blockages, all those things. The same way, like the energy healing, it's much more beyond that. It is also the removing the blockages in the energy flow and increasing the electromagnetic energy surrounding us and taking us towards the superconscious breakthrough. And many a times, merely clearing these blockages is enough, as the body's natural healing abilities take care of restoring the affected part to health. Next, we are coming to the Ananda Gandha, exactly where this spiritual healing works. The Ananda Gandha, in the sense, the fragrance of bliss, is a point in the body where the energy of all the other chakras is centered. So here we can see where Ananda Gandha chakra resides in our system, our body. The source of Ananda Gandha, which is source of spiritual superconscious healing, is the ultimate science towards enlightenment. The science of Ananda Gandha delivered to planet Earth only when incarnations land in planet Earth. It comes from eternal silence, not just physical healing or mental healing. Physical healing also happens because your very DNA structure gets re-altered. So beautiful thing. And I would like to add another thing where Rajapandi was sharing about the Varma therapy, how beautifully it functions and how it treated so many, miraculously treating so many diseases and etc. This Varma therapy has been practicing thousands of years. But very recently only it is getting familiar, and obviously that is also labeled as superstitious, quackery, and fake, etc. In Kanchipuram, there was a Bodhidharma. It was a Siddha Perumal. He's a saint. He traveled to China, and there he has established the martial arts, and there it came from there. It started the acupuncture and acupressure, all these things. Those sciences or came from our Siddha Varma therapy, basically. But unfortunately, we couldn't able to either relate with that Varma therapy where our ancestors and our Siddha Perumans, they have beautifully kept alive these signs. But unfortunately, we couldn't able to. But those acupuncture and acupressure was very much familiar amongst the global. But in India, where especially in South India, our Siddhas have given this beautiful sciences. Exactly, it is directly from Paramashiva. That science we couldn't able to practice without any legitimized way. So this is one the point I would like to add.
Yes.
I request yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, only one. I think our NTV operator has one more video to just support this. So we just thought if you can just run that, viewers can really catch up fast.
Sure.
Yeah, NTV operator, can you run that?
Yes. So this is a scientific research that is done on Nithya spiritual healing in the US.
Yes.
How the effect of it. So I would like to see.
Dr. R. Murali Krishna President COO, Integris Mental Health, James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed.
And again, just to remind the viewers, this is our own ancient practice. However, we do not have the freedom in as Akilaya was pointing out. None of the countries out there have this Hindu medicine system as part of an legally approved treatment system, which is why we are struggling and forced to take modern medicine and suffer with the side effects of it. So but we do have a choice to make. We can choose our future. No matter how our past has been, we now have the option to choose our future. So which is why Swamiji has created this Kailaasa nation for us, for a holistic living, not only that, an enlightened lifestyle, having the best of what Paramashiva has to offer, and that includes the Hindu medicine system as well. So requesting everyone to please take a moment to cast your vote at kailaasa.org/Hindu votes on subjects that matter to us, our lives and the lives of our close ones. So please share this link with everyone, every single practicing Hindu out there, to let them know that we now have the choice to have our own best practices back again.
Thank you so much. I'm sure all of you viewers would have already voted. I'm sure everyone would have voted. And please share this link in your local Sangha, local friends, families, acquaintances. This is the best way to know that what all important matters to Hinduism. We are asking a very, very critical question about Hinduism. Okay, we are talking about, is it temple has to be given to priest, Okay, what about secularism? This all question matter to us most. So please share this question. These all questions are defined or designed in such a way to create opinion polls and write narratives of what Hindus are thinking. So your contribution, your participation, and your taking these messages to the practicing Hindus and outsiders matter most. That will really reflect what all we are thinking, and it just really reflect what has to be done. So it's just not any more survey, it's just matter of our life. It's not for us, it's for our generation to come. It's a very important action, activism in Hinduism, what Swamiji is trying to do. Please just share this vote to everyone. Let us continue our spiritual healing things. I'm really enjoying. Yes, please. Raj Pandey, yeah, please just carry on.
Yeah, one thing I like to tell, very fundamentally, the Ayurveda science, the Hindu medicines, it's told for the enlightenment. So the first sloga, the main sloga is going, Dharmartha Sugashadhanam Ayurvedam Paramadraga. Ayurveda, it's told for the mukti, that moksha. For the purpose only, it's Ayurveda is told. So for the ecosystem, the clear ecosystem, what Swamiji is trying to build in Kailaasa, for the ecosystem, for the conscious ecosystem, and build the consciously, the person need to alive, the system is told. And second, Rahadi Rohan. Rahadi Rohan means Vyadi or diseases. Rahadi Rohan means Raga, Mada, Matsarya, Kama, Krodha, Baya. These are called. Raga means anger, Raga, Mada means proudness or Anava, and Matsarya means again enviness. These are all called as Roga. So once we will come out with all this Mada, Matsarya, Kama, Krodha, then we will move to the consciousness. So Ayurveda is telling, because of this Rahadi Roga, the person, because of these Ragas, Mada, Matsarya, the persons are getting the diseases. What Swamiji is exactly telling. And those who are eliminating this Rahadi, those only called as Vaidya. They are called as Abhurva Vaidyas. And finally, I like to add, one Shishya is telling Guru, what is the fundamental work for the doctors? Because the doctor can't extend the life of the patient. They can cure, and some night may not be cured, but doctors can't extend the life of the patient. Then if I'm curing also, the life is not extending. Then what is the main purpose of the doctor? Like the question that Guru is telling, you are eliminating all the Rahadi Rohan, all the karmas of the patient, all the Rahadi Rohans, you are eliminating the patient and giving to the Shiva. It is the purpose of the doctor.
Wow, beautiful. Excellent. Yes.
What Swamiji is exactly doing. And those who are doing this thing, they call the Abhurva Vaidya. I always see Swami is Abhurva Vaidya.
Beautiful. It's a cosmic doctor. And that's what, once again, I keep on wondering, the question is some surprise doctors. Every time this my surprise tree grows up is fine. We know many gurus, they've done miracles, but he is a guru coming and just pouring compassion in program after program. We are making healers, and when we start healing itself, we say, hey, come on, we want to extend yourself. You got healed, come on, you become a healer. This is like, this current corporate world say multi-level marketing. I'm millionaire. You also become millionaire so that I'll become a billionaire. This is the way a multi-level marketing works. Here, Swamiji works and just making a healers after healers, and the beautiful cosmic healing is happening. And we have a lot of visitors watching our channel, and there are many people are just posting the question. Just I would like to read a couple of it. Dr. Murali is just typing this question. Of course, his point also is just making it. If Western medicine is proper science, it should agree largely with quantum physics, which is considered the best truth scientists know. But it does not. He's saying that Western medicine is not going ahead with the quantum physics. It is still working on Newtonian models. Who are they? Cheating themselves or others, or both? We know that they're just cheating themselves. So this is a time Western medicine has to start talking or equating themselves or recontextualizing themselves with the quantum physics. That's one of the theory is happening, so that even Western medicines have started listening. So one of the panelists who came last time, Nilesh Vok, he was just mentioning, yes, he was putting one point. He's just doing a research on our Vedic period of Ramayana, Mahabharata. He said at least some Western universities are little open ears to, at least if they are not accepting, at least they are in the listening mode. But coming back to Indian universities, highly liberal, I mean leftist, and how highly corrupted, and we have gone back worse than our invasion time. Still they are not even in the mood to listen it. Okay, so similar kind of a trend we are seeing. So other question is, Western medicine still cannot differentiate awareness of sense from the consciousness. They do not even know what consciousness, and confuse it. Yes, we agree with you, Dr. Murli, right? That's exactly we are discussing about. How are they even fit to research on something they cannot even define, or at least even they have a modesty to accept that they don't know? That's a good question. So they should come and say we don't know it. But that's what. So this is a question I always ask. We have a success, we have a data, we have evidence, but still, what is what is the problem a Western medicine have in accepting that? That's exactly is reflecting. Yes, ma. Advanajana, you can just start. You can answer this, or you can continue with the spiritual healing answers.
So I'd like to have the slides, the NTV operator. Okay. So when you look at it, the chakras, they're the main subtle energy channels of our body, the nadis, and are the Ida and the Pingala. The Ida is the left main one, and the Pingala is on the right side, and the Sushupna Nadi is a central channel. Please understand, when you talk of Nadi, they are energy channels and filled with prana. Okay, you can't define it as like Santan Lakshmi said. It is neither a nerve, it is neither a artery or a circulatory system, neither. It is something beyond that. And every time we talk of chakras, we are talking about something in the metaphysical plane. There is nothing as an anatomical region. So that is why Swamiji very beautifully describes them as intra-organs. And they have classical, what do you call it, the pramanas. Shastra pramanas are there in the Yoga Chudamani, which talk about these chakras. So these correspond roughly to, we are talking about the sympathetic, parasympathetic, and central nervous system, but it is something beyond this. It is not at that level. What is more important? Where are these chakras located? They are located along the spine. Okay, they are located along the spine, but at a point where when the nadis take curves, that Ida, Pingala, Nadi takes the curves, and these three, that is the Sushumna and the Ida and the Pingala meet, those are the meeting points are where these chakras are actually there. So you have the main 7 chakras, which Swamiji has spoken about in the one of the most beautiful programs, the Ananda Spurna program. And at that point of time, actually, he only said one thing very beautifully. He said, all diseases are psychosomatic. So we are actually handling the psycho component here. The soma component happens only afterwards. Please understand, the psycho is the mental, that is the emotional related, and the soma is the body component, which happens later. So even if you really look at it, yes, you have aura, you do see the energies as auras, which can be captured on the Kirlian photography. So as you start healing, in fact, it gives you an idea even before a disease sets in, the energy level of the chakra goes down. This has been documented. And what we actually, even as Ananda healing, that is Nitya spiritual healing happens, the energy levels come back, and the person who's actually giving the healing does not get depleted of the energy. Please, this is very, very important. Why Nitya spiritual healing is one up on every other spiritual healing is because the person who's healing and the person who gets healed, they don't get depleted. The healer does not get depleted of any kind of an energy. The next thing what we need to understand is they actually set back the energy. The chakras are actually opened up, and they open up with relevant emotions which actually block the chakra. If you look at it very clearly, the Mooladhara is related to a desire, lust based. Okay, and actually that is the point. When you have intense desire, that is the time the chakra gets blocked. For Swadhisthana, it is fear related. For Manipuraka, it's worry related. For Anahata, it is actually attention need. For Vishuddhi, it is actually jealousy and comparison. For Agnya Chakra, it is the authority, the identity, the ego which plays a role. And with Sahasrara, it is lack of gratitude. Please understand all of this. We have to really understand, when Swamiji gave this beautiful program, every chakra was attended and it was brought back to its original. The size of a chakra when it's completely healed is the size of a cart wheel. When it is blocked, it is the size of a button, coat button. And when you heal the chakras, naturally, the physical body gets healed, because only when the chakras are full and they're open completely, you are healed fully. And the physical component or the organs which are related to the chakras do not get affected. So the next slide, Ma, can I have the next slide? So, yes, Ma, can we go to the next one? Right. So the chakras are the subtle energy powerhouses which are responsible for spinning and drawing the universal life force of the prana into the body. They act as batteries to store this energy and distribute it to the surrounding areas of the body. Every chakra is related to some neural plexus, and it is also related to some endocrine organ. So we also know that both these play a very important role in maintaining the internal milieu of our system. So what becomes important is we actually do prevention. Please understand, we are working towards a prevention, not working after the disease has set inside. And that's the most beautiful thing about this Ananda Spurna program. Yes.
Actually, I'd like to add, Dr. Atmaniranjana.
Yes.
I'm sure many viewers who are watching are curious how to become a healer. Swamiji is continuously initiating all of us into becoming spiritual healers. There are programs that is happening in the Paramashivoham ever since the COVID breakout has started. Kailaasa has been offering the Paramashivoham 16-day program, which is still going on. And you can sign up at paramashivoham.org for the next season, and where you can get initiated into a spiritual healer. And not only that, we have a very special program coming up on January 7th, Paramashivoham. Swamiji is going to be conducting. So even then, you can get initiated as a spiritual healer. So if you are curious and wondering that you would like to be part of this holistic system and holistic Hindu medicine, definitely you can register for these programs. And of course, now just take a moment to cast your votes and share with your friends and family so they can cast their vote for the Hindu choices. So Hindu votes matter, Hindu votes are sacred, and Hindu lives matter. So please take a moment to cast your vote. Kailaasa.org/Hindu votes. Yes, Ma, thank you.
So we are now moving into the Nithyananda spiritual healing initiation. It's amazing, like what Ma Prematma Swami has said. Do not miss this opportunity. It's a very wonderful program that's coming up on the 7th of January, taken by Swamiji himself. So every person has an opportunity to become a healer. And it's the most amazing thing, because when you heal, you are in a blissful state. The healer goes into a blissful state. And of course, the person who's healed is naturally in deep space of gratitude. So the healer's initiation is straightaway related to your enlightenment. This is the most important thing we need to understand. We are a pure channel without our identity inside. And when we connect with Swamiji, after he has initiated and opened the Ananda Gandha, which cannot happen unless there is an incarnation on planet Earth. He is the only one who can open the Ananda Gandha and do what he's doing for us. It's a more than anything else, I can only say one thing: deep gratitude for what he has given to humanity. Every stage of it, when you really look at it, it's compassion overflowing. So it's a straight away, it's neither not, you are also healing the person, you are also getting healed, and you are also attaining the space of enlightenment. What more can we want? So the healer's initiation is actually at 2 levels. One is healing yourself, that is a self-healing that can happen, and healing yourself and healing others. So basically, there are certain lifestyle changes which are required for healing yourself and healing others. And we will be sharing this in the later sections. So the spiritual healing, Nithyananda spiritual healing, is healing through the cosmic energy. We actually open ourselves. The Ananda Gandha is opened up. Swamiji opens that Ananda Gandha. We connect with the cosmos, with Swamiji at that point of time. And the energy pours into us, literally pours into us. And we, in that space of deep oneness with the cosmos, allow that energy to flow through us. And you can actually feel that flowing through it. It's an intelligence. And this is different from the energy that we know in other various forms of like electrical energy or magnetic energy and things like that. So in Nithyananda spiritual healing initiation, you are initiated by Swamiji and you become a channel for the same divine cosmic energy that Swamiji himself embodies to flow through you to the person to receive the healing. So how does the healing happen? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Atmaneja, thank you so much. Actually, I think in the interest of time, I mean, it is very, very interesting to hear more about the Nithya spiritual healing, and definitely, you know, people can sign up at paramashivoham.org and register themselves for this most beautiful, auspicious, like, you know, the initiations that Swamiji is giving, not only the spiritual healing, but various initiations that you will be getting through the Paramashivoham program. And one of the things that I would like to point out is with the Nithya spiritual healing is there is no, you only get energized. The spiritual healer actually becomes more energetic. And as you mentioned, a person with the spiritual healer, when he is giving the spiritual healing to someone, the energy, the cosmic energy flows through them. And in any tiredness or anything, that ailment in them also get beautifully healed. And actually, when you compare to other types of healing, for example, Reiki healer on different types of healings, when you are, touching somebody and giving them a healing, in fact, you're actually, when you're giving healing to somebody, you're actually removing their karma. For whatever reason this disease has happened to them, we are basically removing that karma. When we do this type of healing, like Reiki or anything, without that actually we accumulate the karma of that person. We are basically removing from that person and we are taking it to ourselves. And that's why many times you can see these healers, these Reiki healers actually become very tired and, at the end of giving healing to somebody. The spiritual healing, however, Nithya spiritual healing that Swamiji initiates us is actually a cosmic energy, none of our intervention. We just become a channel and allow the spiritual healing to happen. And we do not interfere actually, and in this whole process of the healing happening to that person. So it is such a beautiful ancient system. Now the question, as Avimuktaya we were talking, do we have the right to practice this in whether as a as Swamiji pointed out, in many countries, in most of the countries, actually Hindus are just minority. So whether by population, even by population, if they may be large, but Hindus are minority. When it comes to our basic existence, even survival, we do not have the right to practice the right treatment, the right food, the right education. So we'd like to request you, Avimuktaya, to share on this more.
So to summarize what we discussed, we were talking about how Varma system is set so beautifully, and it's tough to say, but it's more or less dying. Okay, and we have seen the similar other systems also. Of course, government is trying to take some measure here and there, but more or less it's not getting legitimate. Let's understand. And once again, I emphasize there are many laws have already come in. For example, when we take a Pukuli, that fire walk, okay, which Swamiji says medically it just removes so much fears inside you. It becomes illegal in so many states. Particularly in Maharashtra and Karnataka, you cannot do that. That's become an illegal one. I don't know how long this government is saying the long walk we are going to have from Bombay to Shirdi. If you are in Tamil Nadu, we used to go walk for Ayyappa or Palani. Probably one day government can just wake up and say, hey, long walk is not good for this age, between this age, you should not go for it. It may happen. It may come under the superstitious law. Have anybody has thought before few years it will become illegal? Now it has become illegal. Let's understand. Let us understand the changes happening outside. We are in a big, oven, and we are warm up with the hot water. It's once it become hotter, it's going to kill you. That is exactly happening. And we think who are our savers? They are not our savers. Thanks God, Ayyappa has some devotees. He saved himself. Here in sunny Singnapur, Maharashtra, this Sunny unfortunately doesn't have a greater devotees. He lost what the precious thing was handled for a few hundred years ago. All our parambaras, all our individual indigenous practices has been labeled as superstitious. Today it comes with a cover up so nice. If I'm a modern educated man, I'll say, come on, why the firewalk? I would not have done it if I'm not with Swamiji. Just because he's there, just I'm walking. In my life, I would not have done this piercing limbo and just walking in the firewalk. But I absolutely know once it's done what happens to you. It's not you are protecting yourself, you just go beyond the fear of a death. But how will we make it legitimate? One law can just kill away, wipe away, throw away all your so-called beautiful system. That's all you're dead. Then so many panelists will come in the so-called nonsense secular media and they will just give you all bhashans. That will be only be in the museum. That's all you're dead. So how are you going to make this happen? That is the question just before us. And it may look like a fanatic question. When I just take up this to the audience, it looks like a fanatic question. Hey, all is fine. No, all is not fine. No, all is not good. Somebody is removing your shirt. Somebody is nicely talking and removing your dresses. Come on, let's wake up. It's true. It's not a picture or it's not a story. It's happening. Just in 40, 50 years, I was talking to Premadha Swami, what kind of a belief you have? Apart from religions, if a small kid is little wake up, my grandma used to take some other mosque also, some other temple also, they put a vibhuti and say, nothing happens. Now I will not, no parents will do that to the kids. Where is this belief system has gone? So it's not only the law, the whole system is just stamping, indirectly teaching me as a superstitious. A school syllabus has taken a temple word from the book. How many of you know that? It's beautifully done. Last 20-25 years, Alayam Padahu, going to a temple just become taken because of a secularism. So slow and steadily it just become, somebody's talking about a Paris model. They say the beer bar and temple is the same. I mean, this is all the word I'm not given. It's all given by some of the educationalists in this country. We have to be like a Paris model. This is where we are moving. First, they will have a narrative and the top people will come and talk. Then that will become our lifestyle. And whoever is talking about Pachapatni Varatam, firewalk, will be looked down by the society as a fanatic and century of 20th people. And slowly they will build a public opinion and finally it will become a law. So only you can talk and you have to forget about it. That's exactly happened to our Gurukul system. What we were trying to do, we were just trying to revive it, what it was there. And which law was supporting. Forget about supporting. How much is all, got turned against us. Okay. So this is one of the major challenging questions to all of us. Why? That's where we are seeing innumerous time in Hindu medicine, Hindu education, Hindu economics, everywhere the pattern is getting repeated. The gurus who is trying to stand up for this in name of universality, all gurus, I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe after some time, there may be, we all will start believing that nationalism is what Hinduism. I remember Swamiji used to talk about a beautiful story, how a tribal woman go for a pregnancy, in one of the Jivan Mukti books, he nicely went and she goes to room and cut and she comes, it's a casual thing. Today, the same thing, one of the healer who was trying to do in Tamil Nadu got arrested. Of course, we can always debate, is secure, safe, all this properly, it is all done or not. Before 50, 60 years, all the, birth was happening in the home. I born in the home in my village, Agraharam. And once a lady came and just done that. So now that has become legal and that gentleman who was talking about this got arrested. This is exactly happening. I hope all of you understand. So what we were using will be talked about in name of humanity, in name of security, in name of safety measurement, in name of health, it will become illegal. So indigenous, all our system, whether it's in economic, medicine, it's it's not going to be a long time. It will become illegal, and legal will say you, hey, don't even do a service. We know all of this. In the Arab countries, you cannot do your Ayyappa bhajan or any bhajan outside, right? We know that. And we respect, because that is their country. They are the Islamic country. They openly declare it. And the rules are openly defined. They can't do bhajan in the street and other things. In our secular country, what happened? One religion they want in the busiest city of Bombay, Chennai, anywhere, they have a complete right to occupy and do the prayer. Is it so-called majority religion, so-called majority people in this country and Nepal? Do we have a right to do that? If you do, you will be branded immediately as not a law-abiding citizen. If you are a guru, if you are a spiritual teacher who is talking about this, you will be condemned. And what all the ways, in books and not in books, they know how to just make you outskirt this society, and they can just make so-called neutralize the Hinduism. There are many things, there are many enemies for us. One is who is coming upfronting and saying that this is, we won't accept it. It's completely not acceptable. Fine, at least we can talk with them, we can fight with them, we can put our point. There are few people comes and just having the cover of Hinduism, so-called neo-Hindutwas, which is they are against our all these indigenous practices. They wanted to have all so-called scientific proof as per the modern Western standards. That's why Swamiji says it's scientifically unscientific, logically logical, whatever way it is. It's so bad. So let's all understand. So what is the only solutions we can have? The only solution is simple. We need to have a legitimate place. We need to have a legitimate ground. We have a fantastic seed. If there is a fantastic, I read somewhere, like all the beautiful seed of the villages will be there in the temple tower. Okay, that's called Vidai Nellu. So when anything happen, any flood is happening, that will be used. That seed will be used for the next year, farming and other things. They call Vidai Nellu. Vidai Nell. That's similarly, the best part of Hinduism, as a seed of it, Swamiji tried to keep in one place, which will be useful for the future. So let's understand that's one of the reasons. So all of us here, we all know Kailaasa. That's why we have a vote bank. Take up this message. Let us all understand why we are doing Kailaasa, for what Swamiji is trying to do. Let us understand the urgency of it. That's very important. From all corners, we see the life status is outside is very cool and all are supportive to Hinduism. I'm sorry, let's not be in the highest level of utopian dream. This is absolutely nonsense. We are like a crocodile in the oven, a big oven. Now the water is little hot, but once it becomes hotter and hottest, we are all going to die. Hinduism is going to have a biggest threat from the same hottest water. That's the point I'm trying to drive this to this panel. So anybody want to add on this point? Please go ahead. We have, I think, few more minutes.
Yes. So as see, the having the right inner image, us not having Hindus have not having the Hindu pride, not having the one, of course, not having the knowledge of our own great ancient systems, which is why we are waiting for Western ideas to be fed into us. Even about Hinduism, if a Westerner writes, we learn from that how authentic it is going to be, and we eat that idea. We eat and fall into these ideas of secular ideas and Western ideas of Hinduism, which is not true. They are giving a negative narrative about us to us. And that is why we feel so ashamed of ourselves, our past, our forefathers, our own traditions. We are actually very ashamed of our own Hindu tradition. That is the truth. And that is why we are eager to jump to modern solutions, Western solutions. And where did it lead us today? We are suffering. We are suffering with the side effects of it because running behind these shallow ways of life. What is the solution? We need a place with political legitimacy, a place, a country where Hindus can exist freely, can practice Hinduism freely and authentically. That is what is Kailasa. Swamiji is creating the Kailasa nation for all of us, so we can practice Hinduism freely, authentically, not just because it is Hinduism, because it has the best. And we have proven it. We have a proven track record in every field. We have the science that is life positive. It is not about grabbing from somebody else at any cost. It is not about grabbing from somebody's life and using it. Sorry, yeah, please continue.
Yes. Yeah. So I was just talking about that firewalking thing. So very funny thing, Dr. Murli is trying to share. You know that the same firewalking is available in US market. I saw some of the videos also. They call it as a corporate training. You know, they put the glasses and ask them to walk. They say, they name it as face the uncertainties. Yes, Akhil. Yeah. I'm your right person to share. Please go ahead.
So actually, when Swamiji announced, right, one of the cures for COVID was firewalking, then I immediately started figuring out how do I conduct it in New Jersey. And I found out in the states of New York and Florida, it happens regularly. And not only that, the local city in New York, or the town that you call it, promotes it as one of the to-do things. And even New York Times has covered all of that pretty well. And we wanted to do the same thing in New Jersey. Then the COVID lockdown, all those things happened and we couldn't. But it is easier for me to do firewalking in US than to actually come to India and do it. That's the state we are in right now.
Exactly.
And in fact, they've actually gone on to document a lot more things, right? How firewalking synchron. So they actually they don't understand the science fully, but so far what they have figured out was, if for example, if I do firewalk, the benefit of the firewalk is shared by the entire community. I mean, obviously they don't understand the concept of Advaita, oneness and all of that, but how they did was they started to measure the heart rates of everyone involved. So they found entire group, not only the person who's doing the firework, their heart rates were getting synchronized. And they promote it as an activity for getting rid of your fears. It is not just a corporate activity, it is actually embedded in the system. And it actually is not very expensive. For $50 to $100, they're actually conducting per person. I mean, they don't have the lemon piercing and all, they didn't come to that state yet, but it is done pretty, it's not even an expensive pursuit. And the person who actually conducts this, he himself is a professor.
So that's what. So somebody may come study our system. Probably they will rebrand it as with the Bible quote, and it'll get a U-turn.
Yeah. So I'm sure within the next 1 year, it'll be reimported by this group in India, certified by US entities.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. Here I want to share one more thing here. Like even where Swamiji was introducing about the Pariya Kanji, right? The fermented rice kanji, which has lots of health benefits. Probiotic rich, and it has antibiotic property, etc. Then I think after Swamiji introduced about this, when I was I was googling what the status in other countries and all those things, I could able to see about 200 ml of that Pariyakanji nicely they packed, and about $200 they were selling in the US. I was like, oh God, then they will put another name for it, and they will, as you are telling, they may give another Bible quote or whatever, and they give this is the this is how the thing goes, right? So it's very high time, as you were telling, since we didn't feel the heat, that doesn't mean that we are safe and we are okay. Definitely one day it will become very hot. The water will become very hot. After that, realizing or taking steps towards, we need to come out from this, or we need to prevent, that won't work. This is the very high and sensitive time where we really needs to protect our beautiful, amazing Hinduism science.
Rajapandiya, you have something to say?
I am really, we are in the heart only, but we need an ecosystem, what Swamiji is telling, because in this platform we are talking and what is in the around the world, because the total scenarios what we discussed, more than a host, and as a Swamiji need to store the seeds in Kailaasa for the betterment of future, and we people, we need to stand with the Swamiji, and we need to create our ecosystem wherever we are, and we need to keep our seeds and for the further generation.
Thank you.
I I would also like to add here, the most important thing which Swamiji is really bringing back in the terms of legitimacy also in every field, he is actually supporting it with the Shastra Pramanas. Please understand, the most important thing is we have the Veda Agamas with us. It's not just anything else. So, am I audible now?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So the most important thing is he's bringing in legitimacy directly from the source, that are the Veda Agamas. And for everything that we are actually providing to the world, we have the Shastra Pramanas, we have the Apta Pramana, all the evidences from the ancient scriptural texts. And that is what is the most beautiful thing about bringing back legitimacy to the system. Nobody can question it. Just nobody can question it anymore. And that is why we need to really go forward with, and what he said was ferociously. We really need to go forward.
Absolutely. So, if all of you viewers, if you understand what are the elements is taking away from us from Vedas and Agamas. How many of you know that already, this is a theory proved in Tamil Nadu that Tirukkural has come from Jesus. Okay. So, and there are debates whether we have to do in Tamil. Swamiji very nicely said there are some people, in name of language, the whole things is just taken away from us. Okay, they're very beautifully they work on. They have a multi-pronged systems to take us away very smartly, very slightly, slow by slow, just to from Vedas and Agamas. So only effort if we just go back. What all the problem today we face, it's not just because of we followed Vedas and Agama. It is not just because of we are little far away, not little, too far away from Vedas and Agamas. The only solution is reverse walk, going back to them, going back to the roots, what they said, and just reviving it. We'll just try to address this. This is what we are keep seeing after every incident we are seeing from every division, whether being it an economy, being it feministic discussion, being it an education, being it in medicine. All the problem today we just list down and just let us map where we were and why we were and why we have faced it. We could able to easily address that. Water is getting hotter, and when it is becoming hottest, you don't have a solution. You being a crocodile, you can't just jump out of it. You have to get burn yourself. So let's save ourselves, going back to our root of Veda Agama, right? So that is what we are just trying to conclude. And yes.
Yeah. Actually, a few more slides are there. In the healing, spiritual healing. So we just finish all those things.
Please continue.
Right. So the divine revelation of the Nithyananda spiritual healing formula after enlightenment, this is Swamiji's Atma Pramana, his own experience. So after enlightenment, I was in a place called Nerur, which houses the Jiva Samadhi, the living energy field of an enlightened master, Sadashiva Brahmendra. One of my teachers at the Polytechnic College, where I studied, came to meet me. She had heard about my healing powers, and she asked me, "Why don't you initiate us into your healing system?" At that moment, I was sitting close to the Jiva Samadhi of Sadashiva Brahmendra. I could feel the master's presence. Suddenly, I heard a sound. When I turned, I saw Sadashiva Brahmendra standing there right in front of me. He gave me a tuft of darbha grass and told me to give it to the teacher and tell her to start healing with it. Just as the thought how entered my inner space, the formula for transferring the healing technology was revealed. I used this divine knowledge to transfer to others the divine experience I myself had. I initiated my teacher as the first Nithyananda spiritual healer. This is the history of the unique, effective, and divine method of healing, Nithyananda spiritual healing, which has so many just sprung forth from the enlightened consciousness and so many healers worldwide. healers are my hands. I say that healers are my hands when I say I don't think I'm talking about this 6 feet tall Nithyananda. I'm talking about the Prapancha Shakti, the cosmos. And when I say that the same energy that is flowing in me will flow through you, it is not an assurance, it is a promise. And this is also the Atma Pramana from Swamiji, his own words. So this is the Pratyaksha Pramana.
Like most enlightened masters, one of the unique gifts that Nithyananda has to offer to humanity is healing, called as Nithya spiritual healing. Nithya spiritual healing has been baffling the medical world, healing people from migraine to cancer. He has personally touched and healed thousands of people all over the world. Diseases such as fever, migraine, diabetes, hypertension, skin diseases, arthritis, anemia, de-addiction from smoking or alcohol, cancer, kidney troubles, low back pain, depression, stress, and many other countless number of diseases have been cured or significantly reduced to a greater extent by spiritual healing. Hundreds of detailed testimonials can be found at www.danapeetham.org/testimonials.asp.
Style for this to be given to others. So basically, why no to drinking, smoking, or eating non-vegetarian food after healer's initiation? So when you meditate and practice, yes, ma. Right. The next slide, ma. Right. So when you meditate and practice healing, you will have a beautiful and continuous energy flow. In that high level of energy, if you drink the low energy alcohol and this high energy of meditation will oppose each other. Indulging in these practices creates basically a negative energy in the body. So the lifestyle of a healer is a commitment by you to you. This is a most important thing as far as basically the lifestyle even in our sampradaya is concerned. It is primarily a commitment by you to yourself, a declaration which comes from the level of the being. So do not suppress yourself. Do not fight with yourself. You know it is not good for you. So also understand and internalize that drinking, smoking, or eating non-vegetarian food will oppose the beautiful energy flow in you that will happen through healing. So what is important right now? Actually, we're just talking about this. I think Akhil Ayya and Avimukta Ayya and Ma Prematma Swami, would you like to talk on
Yes,
this?
ma. So basically, yes. So basically, we can see that our Hindu traditions, many of our Hindu practices have been banned by the anti-superstition law, both in Maharashtra and Karnataka. That is what I was pointing out earlier, where we do not have the freedom to have our lifestyle. This is a targeted, even though the targeted attack on Hindus and Hindu practices alone, even though the law kind of vaguely defines against black magic and specific practices, but it is they're very much against Hindu lifestyle and Hindu way of system. So the targeted attack is very much against Hindus, where we do not have the freedom, whether it be the fire walking. As I was saying, it is banned in Karnataka. But if we do the fire walking, so much of solution is there, and the healing for coronavirus. But we do not have the freedom to practice this which is banned by this anti-superstition law. So what basically I'm trying to point out is, Hindus out there, if we are thinking that we are living in a secular country with equal rights and equal freedom, that is not true. That is not the case. We have lost many temples, we have lost our libraries, we have lost many lives, and we have lost our territory also. There is no single country in the world which has Hinduism as a state religion. What does that tell us? Do you still feel Hindus have equal rights? There is a state for Christians. There are many countries for Christians. There is a country for Jewish people. There is countries for Muslims. Is there a single country, a single place with legitimacy, political legitimacy for Hindus? We are homeless. We may be many in number, but we are homeless. That is the truth, and Hindus need to wake up to this fact. As Swamiji was pointing out, we may be majority in numbers, but in actual rights, we do not have rights. That is why we need a place of our own, a country of our own, a nation of our own, which is Kailaasa, which is what Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is reviving for every single one of us to have a place for us. With political legitimacy, with spiritual legitimacy, with freedom to practice our fundamental rights. Right to religion is our fundamental right, but do we really have it? That is the question that every single one of us need to ask. The truth is,
Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiating light. Millions and millions manifesting power. Living together all over the world. Happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम्
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
नित्यपुरीश्वरा नित्यानन्दा नित्यपुरीश्वरा नित्यानन्दा 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 नित्यपुरीश्वरा नित्यानन्दा नित्यपुरीश्वरा नित्यानन्दा 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 अरुणाचलेश्वर आनन्दमय रूप गङ्गजटाधर ओङ्कारं भव अरुणाचलेश्वर आनन्दमय रूप गङ्गजटाधर ओङ्कारं भव परमनित्या दुस्तर भवसागर धरणं परमनित्या दुस्तर भवसागर धरणं नादस्वरूपा नित्यानन्द नागभूषण नादस्वरूप नित्यानन्द नागभूषण करुणा सागर दीननाद नित्यानन्द रूप परम कृपा करुणा सागर दीननाद नित्यानन्द रूप परम कृपा नित्यपुरीश्वर नित्यानन्दा नित्यपुरीश्वर नित्यानन्दा 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 காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே சித்தர்கள் போற்றுகின்ற ஞான சித்தி தந்து காக்க சிவானந்த தேனில் எம்மை திளைத்திடவே செய்து காக்க சித்தர்கள் போற்றுகின்ற ஞான சித்தி தந்து காக்க சிவானந்த தேனில் எம்மை திளைத்திடவே செய்து காக்க பத்து திக்கு தோறும் எனை பறந்து வந்து ஐயன் காக்க பற்றுதலை பற்றறுத்து பரமனை பற்ற காக்க பத்து திக்கு தோறும் எனை பறந்து வந்து ஐயன் காக்க பற்றுதலை பற்றறுத்து பரமனை பற்ற காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே பிறப்பினோடு இறப்பினையும் பெயர்ந்து நித்ய காத்திடுவாய் பிறவாமை என்கின்ற பெரும்பரம் நீ தந்திடுவாய் பிறப்பினோடு இறப்பினையும் பெயர்ந்து நித்ய காத்திடுவாய் பிறவாமை என்கின்ற பெருவரம் நீ தந்திடுவாய் சம்ஸ்காரங்கள் கடந்து ஆன்ம ஞானம் தந்து காக்க சரணடைந்தோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகனே நித்தம் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே மலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் ஊரகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார்
கருப்பண்ண சுவாமி முனீஸ்வர சுவாமி ஆதி கைலாச நித்யானந்த பீட்டம். Now let us receive the grace and blessings of Lord Karupana Swami and Munishwara Swami and our beloved Viji. Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantam Dhurvatanyo Osman Dhurvatidandhurvajam vajam Dhurvamastam Devanamasi Satnidamham Papridamham Jushkadamham Manhidamam Devahudamham Ahudamasiravittanam Trigumbhasvamahva मित्रस्य चक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमा धर्मा संवित्कामात्वा हि कुंचिशम्. ओम श्री आनंद मुनीश्वर स्वामिने नमः. श्री आनंद गरुपन्न स्वामिने नमः. धूपमाघ्रापयामि. ओम उद्दीप्य स्वजात वेदोपज्ञन्नरुतं मम पशुजस्तमश्यमावहजीवनं सदिशो दिशा मानो हि कुन्तीर्जात वेदो वामश्वम्बुरुहं जगत् अभिप्रवक्न आगहि सृजामः परिपातय. ओम श्री आनंद गरुपन्न स्वामिने नमः. ओम श्री आनंद मुनीश्वर स्वामिने नमः. एकारति दीपं सन्दर्शयामि. ओम अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा. ओम श्री आनंद गरुपन्न स्वामिने नमः. श्री आनंदमुनीश्वर स्वामिने नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि ॐ न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं देवा विद्युतो भान्तितो यमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासात् सर्वमिदं विभाति ओम श्री आनंद गुरुपन्न स्वामिने नमः ओम श्री आनंदमुनीश्वराय नमः सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः महामंगल कपूर नीराजनं बंदरि सजामि रक्षान् धारयामि
நன்னே தானானே தானே தந்தாரே தானானே தானே தானானே தானே தந்தாரே தானானே தானே கோட்டையிலே குடியிருக்கும் ஐயா எங்கள் கோடினூரையனாரே கோட்டையிலே குடியிருக்கும் ஐயா எங்கள் கோடினூரையனாரே மண்ணுலகம் பார்த்தவரே ஐயா எங்கள் கோடினூரையனாரே மண்ணுலகம் பார்த்தவரே ஐயா எங்கள் கோடினூரையனாரே கர்ணருக்கு முன் பிறந்த ஐயா எங்கள் கர்ணமகாராஜனையா கர்ணருக்கு முன் பிறந்த ஐயா எங்கள் கர்ணமகாராஜனையா ஆலமதம் குடியிருக்கும் ஐயா எங்கள் ஆலமுனி வீரனப்பா ஆலமதம் குடியிருக்கும் ஐயா எங்கள் ஆலமுனி வீரனையா கருப்பு சிங்கம் ஐயா ஐயா நீயும் ஒலிக்கும் தங்கம் ஐயா கருப்பு சிங்கம் ஐயா ஐயா நீயும் ஒலிக்கும் தங்கம் ஐயா மண்ணுலக மாணிக்கமே ஐயா எங்கள் ராஜா தீராஜனையா மண்ணுலக மாணிக்கமே ஐயா எங்கள் ராஜா தீராஜனையா சொல்லாக உன்னை படைத்தோம் ஐயா அந்த சொல்லுக்குள் வடிவமைத்தோம் சொல்லாக உன்னை படைத்தோம் ஐயா அந்த சொல்லுக்குள் வடிவமைத்தோம் மலையாள தேசத்திலே ஐயா நீயும் மண்ணால பிறந்தவரே மலையாள தேசத்திலே ஐயா நீயும் மண்ணால பிறந்தவரே சிரித்தால் குழந்தை ஐயா ஐயா நீயும் என்னை காக்கும் நாயகரே சிரித்தால் குழந்தை ஐயா ஐயா நீயும் என்னை காக்கும் நாயகரே தடையாய் குலுங்கி வரும் ஐயா நீயும் தடமுனியே வீரவரே தடையாய் குலுங்கி வரும் ஐயா நீயும் தடமுனியே வீரவரே சொல்லாக உன்னை அழைத்தோம் ஐயா அந்த சொல்லுக்குள் வடிவமைத்தோம் சொல்லாக உன்னை அழைத்தோம் ஐயா அந்த சொல்லுக்குள் உன்னை அழைத்தோம் மண்ணால பிறந்தவரே ஐயா எங்கள் மாகாட்டு நாயகரே மண்ணால பிறந்தவரே ஐயா எங்கள் மாகாட்டு நாயகரே சடையாய் குலுங்கி வரும் ஐயா எங்கள் கணமுனியே நாயகரே சடையாய் குலுங்கி வரும் ஐயா எங்கள் கணமுனியே நாயகரே சிவமுனி நாயகரே ஐயா எங்கள் நவமுனி ஈஸ்வரரே சிவமுனி நாயகரே ஐயா எங்கள் நவமுனி ஈஸ்வரரே கருப்பு சிங்கம் ஐயா ஐயா நீயும் சிரித்தானந்தம் ஐயா கருப்பு நீயும் சிரித்தால் தங்கம்மையா. கோட்டையிலே வாசலுக்கு ஐயா நாங்கள் காவலுக்கு வந்தோம் ஐயா. கோட்டையிலே வாசலுக்கு ஐயா நாங்கள் காவலுக்கு வந்தோம் ஐயா. வீராதி வீரவரே ஐயா நீயும் வீரனுக்கு பிறந்தவரே. வீராதி வீரவரே ஐயா நீயும் வீரனுக்கு பிறந்தவரே. சூரிய வம்சமையா ஐயா நீயும் வீராதி வீரனையா. சூரிய வம்சமையா ஐயா நீயும் வீராதி வீரனையா. கோட்டையிலே ஐயா கோட்டையிலே ஐயா கோட்டையிலே குடியிருக்கும் ஐயா நீயும் கோடி நூறையனாரே. கோட்டையிலே குடியிருக்கும் ஐயா நீயும் கோடி நூறையனாரே. மண்ணுலக மாணிக்கமா ஐயா நீயும் கோடி நூறையனாரே. மண்ணுலக மாணிக்கமா ஐயா நீயும் கோடி நூறையனாரே. தானானே தனநானே தந்தானே தானானே தனநானே. தானானே தனநானே தந்தானே தானானே தனநானே. தானானே தானே தந்தானே தானானே தானே. தானானே தானே தந்தானே.
Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be
மலை மேல கடுந்தவத்தில் இருக்கும் ஒன்று வணங்கி நான் பாட்டெடுத்த நாதனே கீதனே நாதமுனி நாதனே என் தேவனே உன்னை நினைத்து அழைக்க பச்சை மலை காட்டுக்குள்ள சீறி வரும் சிங்க போல என் ஐயன் நீ நட போட்டு வருக வால்முனி வண்ணமுனி வீரமுனி தவமுனி என் ஐயனே ஜடாமுனியே வருக வால்முனி வண்ணமுனி வீரமுனி தவமுனி என் ஐயனே ஜடாமுனியே வருக முனி வாரையா பெட்டருவா கையில் என்று நீ அவேசமாய் வாருமையா வெள்ள வெள்ள கூதுரையில எந்த முனி வாரையா பெட்டருவா கையில் என்று நீ அவேசமாய் வாருமையா முறக்கு மீசகார கோடி முட்டை கண்ணழகா இருக்கும் பார்வையோடு தீமைகளை எழுதவாயா கேவல் வெளிகளெல்லாம் உன்னை கண்டு ஓடுகையா எல்லை காவலரே நீ இங்கே வாருமையா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா ஏ வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா ஏ வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா சிங்கமையா நீ சிரித்தால் சொன்னதையா மண்ணுலக நாயகரே மன்னாதி மன்னனையா ஏ கருப்பு சிங்கமையா நீ சிரித்தால் சொன்னதையா மண்ணுலக நாயகரே மன்னாதி மன்னனையா முழுமையிலே கொண்ட மறந்து ஆட்டுமையா நம் பாட்டு மோச கேட்டு என் முன்னே தோன்றினையா வெள்ள குதிரையில்லா சில சிலருக்கு வாருமையா முன்னில பெரிய முனி எந்த கோட்ட முனியா தபா தபா முனியே அழகழக வாருமையா ஜட முன்னிலே தல குலங்க ஆடுமையா தபா தபா முனியே தலதலக வாருமையா ஜட முன்னிலே தல குலங்க ஆடுமையா வெள்ள குதிரையில ஜட முனி வாரையா பெட்டருவா கையில் என்று நீ அவேசமாய் வாருமையா வெள்ள வெள்ள குதிரையில எந்த முனி வாரையா பெட்டருவா கையில் என்று நீ அவேசமாய் வாருமையா எந்த காடி மலை காடி எந்த மலை நிஜ மலை எந்த குதிரை வெள்ள குதிரை எந்த முனி ஜடாமுனி எந்த காடி மலை காடி எந்த மலை நிஜ மலை எந்த குதிரை வெள்ள குதிரை எந்த முனி ஜடாமுனி மலை குதிரை மனோ
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotari Tanedar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, e-Gurukul students, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailaasa. Kailaasa is civilizational nation, reviving ancient enlightened Hindu civilization. It is not all about territory alone. We have territory, but it is not all about territory alone. It is all about Hindu enlightened, civilizational nation. So the focus is on reviving enlightened civilization. Understand this narrative clearly. When I was given Yoga Pattabhishekam by my gurus, it's not that immediately I started looking for a territory. I started working intensely for reviving the enlightened civilization, most ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. I was all out, working day in and day out, intensely, simple hard work, reaching out one person at a time. Sharpening myself. My gurus gave me tremendous spiritual knowledge, powers. But I need to start working on understanding the society. So they gave me the guidance. Go and spend some time in Ramakrishna Mission, spend some time in Swaminarayan movement. They gave some certain guidance. Study all these organizations and then start the work you need to do. So side by side I was doing, educating myself and reaching out to people to revive the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. So please understand, our focus is all about reviving the enlightened Hindu civilization. And the basic powerful truths powerful cognitions and powers, both of enlightened civilization, need to be revived. Please understand. Kailaasa is not going to be centered, something like a territorial nation or territory nation building concept. We have territory, we will have territory in few more places, that is different. But the focus is going to be civilizational nation. We are going to be civilizational nation. Like Israel for Jews, Vatican for Catholics. It's not just about territory, it's a civilizational nation. Kailaasa is going to be civilizational nation for Hindus. So understand this major difference. I am going to keep the Hindu narrative alive and experiential. How? A child is given the superconscious education. Hinduism, there is no baptism. You need to know that. There is no baptism. We give superconscious possibility to the kid. We open that. We open the third eye of the child and let the child play with the third eye energies, powers, kundalini. The child evolves. Understand? Kailashians need to enrich themselves and others on the principles of enlightened civilization. How in individual life you can live enlightened life, and how you can enrich the society to become enlightened society, enlightened civilization. As I always used to describe what Vivekananda visualized, Aurobindo aspired, Osho worked, Yogananda yearned with all their grace and blessings. What Maharshi mandated with all their blessings, Vivekananda, Aurobindo, Yogananda, Osho, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, all of them groomed this vision, supported this vision, enriched this vision, built on this vision. Fortunately, with all their blessings, Paramashiva's grace, it manifested through me, through this being. What Aurobindo describes, what Maharshi mandated, everything if you see, a Hindu nation is not just restricted to territory. I tell you, if it is restricted to territory, it doesn't have a future. You need to know why you need a nation. Kailaasa is the answer for why you need a Hindu nation. We are a civilizational nation. How? A modern day humanity can be benefited by the universal principles of Hindu civilization. Enlightened Hindu civilization is the real open society. Understand? Open society means where all human beings live, flourish, support each other based on the truth and reality of life, not centered on any dogma, theory, ideology, philosophy which is closed, dead. Understand? Hinduism is the only civilization which allows the upgrading. See, Hinduism is fundamentally about it's a greater science of life. I should say greatest science of life. And the whole flow of the Hindu thought current, Hindu ecosystem is Atato Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the Brahman. There is no mandate. Please be very clear. The only mandate is seeking, eternal seeking, going towards the truth. You are given many revelations, the ultimate truths, as to make it as part of your experience and evolve yourself individually and the whole humanity. Please understand, there is a vast difference between what West understands as religions and what Hinduism is. The whole narration is different. The foundation is different. That is why I say Hinduism is not just ordinary religion. It is more greater science of life. It's a more enlightened civilization in practice. In theory, it's the greatest science of life, of everything exists. In practice, it is an enlightened civilization. In theory, it's the greatest science of life, universe, cosmos, consciousness. In practice, enlightened civilization. We are here to revive that, not reform, revive. Hindu civilization, enlightened Hindu civilization, is the real open society. And I tell you, fortunately, the internet has brought the best atmosphere for the world to enjoy civilizational, Hindu civilizational based nation, the enlightenment civilizational based nation. The whole world population is something like 7 billion. Can you show? I think the internet population alone is 4.9 billion. Please understand. The world population is something like 7 and internet population is 4.9. So I tell you, internet is the world's largest populated nation. It is time the civilizational nation, Kailaasa, is built on internet, the digital platform. On digital platform, we build Kailaasa. I have a data, I can show you. 7.8 billion is the world population and 4.9 billion is the internet population. That is why I insist on building digital nation, Kailaasa, because our focus is, the first priority is reviving enlightened civilizational nation. The next priority only is territory. You can all see the data I collected. 7.8 billion is the world population and 4.9 billion is internet population. That's the reason I insist on virtual Kailaasa, digital nation, Sarvanya Pita. Virtual Sarvanya Pitas. So let me give you the presentation. I brought it for all of you today from step by step. Listen carefully. I will upload these slides in the Facebook also. Just upload it and flash it. Let it be uploaded and flashed. I'll upload it. Now,
எம்மையாலும் கருமுனியே என் ஐயனே ஐயனாரே பூமி நடுநடுங்க ஆவேசமாய் வந்திடையா மேகம் கிட்டுக்கிட்டுக அங்காரமாய் வந்திடையா வேட்ட கருப்பனோடு பொங்காரமாய் வந்திடையா செம்முனி நாதனிலே ஜட்டாமுனி அப்பனே வாயா வாயா ஜட்டாமுனி முனியா என் வீர சூர வீரபத்ர ஜடா முனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடா முனியா என் வீர சூர வீரபத்ர ஜடா முனியா வெள்ள கூட்டுறையில என் ஜடா முனி வாராரையா பெட்டருபா கையில் என்று நீ அவேசமாய் வாருமையா வெள்ள வெள்ள கூட்டுறையில என் ஜடா முனி வாராரையா பெட்டருபா கையில் என்று நீ அவேசமாய் வாருமையா வாயா வாயா ஜடா முனியா என் வீர சூர வீரபத்ர ஜடா முனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடா முனியா என் வீர சூர வீரபத்ர ஜடா முனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடா முனியா என் வீர சூர வீரபத்ர ஜடா முனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடா முனியா
பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய ரத்த காட்டு எருமை கண்ணிய பித்தனுக்கு வித்து முடிக்க குண்டுறா இவன் பாண்டி முனி எல்லாம் போட்ட தாண்டுறா சிவமுகையில சிங்க தெய்வ சீண்டுறா இப்போ மாட்டிக்கிட்டு மண்டி போட்டு வேண்டுறா பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய ரத்த காட்டு எருமை கண்ணிய பித்தனுக்கு வித்து முடிக்க குண்டுறா இவன் பாண்டி முனி எல்லாம் போட்ட தாண்டுறா பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய ரத்த காட்டு எருமை கண்ணிய சித்தனுக்கு வித்து முடிக்க குண்டுறா இவன் பாண்டி முனி எல்லாம் போட்ட தாண்டுறா
Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiating light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but I'll project the slides one by one and give you a clear understanding. First, as I described, we Kailasians need to focus on building enlightened civilizational nation Kailaasa on digital platform, because we are reviving, we are a more enlightened civilizational nation, not just territorial nation. Territorial nation follows. Territorial nation is what is Kailaasa. Digital, the enlightened civilizational nation is why Kailaasa. Let's all focus as on now to build the civilizational nation Kailaasa. Enlightened Hindu civilizational nation Kailaasa. Last few days I am continuously having meeting with multiple sanghas. I had the Kailaasa Chinese World Sangha meeting. More than 200 people applied to come and be the resident of Kailaasa. from the Ohio Sangha 29, Ohio, New York, from Chinese World 200. As on now, 229 people applied for green card, means permanent residency. Thousands have applied for visa to come and go. 229 is permanent residency, the green card application, and of course, still it's growing and expanding. But I want all of you to first focus on enlightened civilizational nation. Let us tell the world why we need Kailaasa first. Experientially, not just verbally, philosophically, theoretically. Let us offer what Kailaasa should offer to the world. Let's make people enjoy. Let people get benefited by Kailaasa. We can start doing that by building digital nation. So the world's greatest Hindu nations, e-governance, e-Sarvanyapitam, is what I am presenting it to all of you now. The e-Sarvanyapitams are like people who reside in various parts of the world, spreading, reviving the ancient civilizational nation Kailaasa in their region. E-embassies will be working for Maha Kailaasa, means the territorial nation Kailaasa directly, but located in various countries, various nations. So this is the difference between E-Sarvanyapitam and E-Embassy. E-Sarvanyapitam will be located in your own nations, wherever it starts. It is started. For example, we may have a temple in Canada, in USA, in Malaysia, in Singapore. All that will be ESJPs, means it will revive Hindu civilizational, enlightened civilizational nation in your localities, within the legal frame of the country you are based, you are grounded, you are rooted. Within the constitution of those countries, that is E-Sarvanyapita. E-Embassy will be working directly for Maha Kailaasa, the territorial Hindu nation Kailaasa. It will act as an embassy for those countries where the embassy is, with those governments, building diplomatic relationships, working with those nation decision makers, people, everyone. So the E-Sarvanyapitam and E-Embassy, these two are completely different, created for different purposes and different responsibilities. Next. Kailaasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Which does not put importance on territory alone. Kailaasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, Hindu, enlightened civilizational nation, which does not put importance on territory alone. Kailaasa is revived by the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. These are the basic introduction.
கருப்பு தேக தேவரே பிச்சருவா வீரரே வந்தார் வந்தார் நடந்து வந்தார் தந்தார் தந்தார் வாக்கு தந்தார் பார்த்ததுமே பலருதே கட்டழகு வீரரே வந்தார் வந்தார் நடந்து வந்தார் தந்தார் தந்தார் வாக்கு தந்தார் ஈட்டி ஓம் கையிலே கருப்பழகா ஈ பொறிவோம் கண்ணிலே கருப்பழகா ஈட்டி ஓம் கையிலே கருப்பழகா ஈ பொறிவோம் கண்ணிலே கருப்பழகா கரு 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 கருப்பழகா ஏ கரு 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 கருப்பழகா கரு 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 கருப்பழகா ஏ கரு 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 கருப்பழகா திங்களக்கன நம்ம போன சம திங்க பாயா கரு 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 கருப்பழகா திங்களக்கன நம்ம போன சம திங்க பாயா கரு 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 கருப்பழகா கருப்பு வருது பாருங்கடா நாதிர வருது பாருங்கடா கருப்பு வருது பாருங்கடா முன்ன திமிரி வருது பாருங்கடா கருப்பு வருது பாருங்கடா நாதிர வருதுடா கண்ட விட்டு கண்ட வந்து கண்ட விட்டு கண்ட வந்து அண்டாதிராட்சி செய்யும் மாயக்கா.
Yes. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll start now. if you are in a nation where factually Hindus are a minority, or you are in a nation where factually Hindus may not be minority, but actually Hindus are minority, like Nepal and India. In both cases, you are a minority Hindu. This is a call for you. You need to wake up to the reality. You are minority. Here I am giving again the slide of Hindu population. Now, all these slides are already available on the page HTH Nithyananda Paramashivam. As a album and pinned. So please, you can open the page and follow through along with the session. I am giving you the Hindu population all over the world. In Nepal, India, and how the various countries' constitutions are secular only to Hindus. I am also describing the lawfare on Hindu gurus, Hindu temples, the whole Hindu identity, how we are getting boxed in by media, administration, legislature and judiciary, how the Hindus, all the Hindu identity, whether it's a place of worship or lifestyle or Hindu gurus, how we are getting boxed in by all four: media, administration, legislature and judiciary. In every country, not just in India, in every country. I'll be giving you lot more details on this narrative. How Hindus get boxed in by all four: media, administration, legislature and judiciary, by all four. Next. How the government missionaries do the Hindu Holocaust. How the ethnocide is happening, not just genocide. Understand? Still, Hindu genocide is continuing. Apart from genocide, ethnocide done on Hinduism is not even told to the world. I tell you, if you don't tell the problems you are facing to the world, you will be branded as problem and eliminated just like that in next few decades. Oh Hindus of the world, wake up. If you don't tell the problems you are facing to the world, you will be branded as problem and you will be eliminated within next few decades. I don't want that. That's the reason I want all of you to wake up. Let us tell the problems we are facing to the world. No one is going to do it for us. No one is going to do it for us. We have to do it on our own. If we want our children, grandchildren to enjoy the benefits of Hindu civilization, enlightened Hindu civilization, we need to tell the world how the genocide and ethnocide is happening on Hinduism. It was so powerful. It is so powerful now. Even the Hindus are convinced they are worthy of getting eliminated in the name of Reformation. Reformation is the mask used for ethnocide of Hinduism. Even the modern day educated Hindus are convinced that they need to be reformed. An ethnocide of the Hinduism is okay. That is the worst thing done to Hindus. The apologetic Hindus are the byproduct of the intense poisoning and ethnocide. See, attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Kailaasa and Kailaasa is not just a persecution, it's an ethnocide and civilizational conflict. It is persecution, ethnocide and civilizational conflict. All three. Swamiji and the Kailaasa movement was getting boxed in by international media and international various governments, administrations and various countries' legislature and various countries' judiciary. Even though the civil society, civilians stood by me, absolutely supporting me, the common man knows I am his voice.
Indran Pradi presents Amigos Gus Ayya Samarpanam. We call it Muni Darisanam. Triple I with a swing at the down. Come on, I guess who holding Zul in the hand. Come on, I guess who holding the full hating man. Come on, I guess who wants the lovable guardian. Mudiya, what a Mudiya, Pata Jata Muni, Muni na Muni, Beta Muni, Gata Muni, Bala, Bata Ega Pata Muni. On the face of my daddy, wanna metal me happy body. Swing, come on, swing, a wall, lose the Tanda Papa.
Simple way, seeing always each other with a tremendous love that everyone is Paramashiva. There starts Kailaasa. Whether you hug each other, love each other, or ferociously train each other, the core cognition should be seeing each other as Paramashiva. That is where the seed of Kailaasa starts. line, if I have to put it in a simple way, seeing always each other with a tremendous love that everyone is Paramashiva. There starts Kailaasa. Whether you hug each other, love each other, or ferociously train each other, the core cognition should be seeing each other as Paramashiva. That is where the seed of Kailaasa starts. In one line, if I have to put it in a simple way, seeing always each other with a tremendous love that everyone is Paramashiva. There starts Kailaasa. Whether you hug each other, love each other, or ferociously train each other, the core cognition should be seeing each other as Paramashiva. That is where the seed of Kailaasa starts. One line, if I have to put it in a simple way, seeing always each other with a tremendous love that everyone is Paramashiva. There starts Kailaasa. Whether you hug each other, love each other, or ferociously train each other, the core cognition should be seeing each other as Paramashiva. That is where the seed of Kailaasa starts. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailaasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailaasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped. Yes, listen. In spite of being minorities worldwide, Hindus are the most successful, happiest, highest individual income, lowest divorce rate, lowest crime rate, most contributing religion, founders of all fields of sciences. This is the 2000 years of economic history in one chart. You can study it. Hindus were producing 40% of the world GDP. And all minority Hindus to Google top 100 contributing CEOs of the world and top 100 terrorists of the world. Then you will understand how Hinduism is only contributing. Not a single terrorist from Hinduism. You will understand Hinduism by its very ecosystem is intensely contributing. Here I have given the list of top CEOs. the Hindus in America, most migrated, and the details, lowest divorce rate, highly educated, all these details I have given. Please study. The highest individual income, the most contributing. Now, I wanted all of you to know, Hinduism is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is dharmikism. It is centered on responsibility. I should say responsibilism. The Hinduism is dharmikism. We are responsible. We are responsible we are responsible for what has been given to us by our rishis. This value-based, superconsciousness-based lifestyle and civilization. To pass this ecosystem, this great science of enlightenment to the next generation. And I also wanted to add one more point. Hinduism is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is dharmikism, centered on dharma, responsibilism. Responsibilism. And we are responsible for transmitting this values, superconsciousness-based lifestyle and civilization to the world, to the universe, to the globe. Anything we get from our ancestors as heritage, we don't have right to destroy it. We are bound to keep it alive and pass it to the next generation. So we Hindus need to wake up and realize that temples alone are not enough to pass on the great science, the great enlightenment ecosystem called Hinduism. Building temples is in our very breath. It is in our genes. We are a temple-based civilization. Temple building is great, but that's not enough. This is the statistics about how the Hindus do not participate. And here I am giving you some of the details about why Kailaasa. This is the practical solution. The Sarvanya Pita, the enlightenment ecosystem. Understand, Sarvanya Pita is the way, ESJP is the way we are going to be taking this enlightened civilizational nation Kailaasa to the world. As I said, 7.8 billion is world population, 4.9 billion is internet population. So the right way is to build the virtual Sarvanya Pita is the best way to take the enlightened civilizational nation, Hinduism, Kailaasa. Enlightened civilizational nation of Hinduism, Kailaasa, to the world. Here I am giving some of the statistics why virtual Sarvanyapita is required. And here is a clear map of what virtual Sarvanyapita should offer to the world. The world's greatest digital Hindu nation with the Hinduismpedia, Kailasapedia, Nithyanandapedia, enriching and causing and digital clusters. These are the ways. And this is the work we already did. Over 1 billion lives we enriched through 17,000 digital IDs and 135 e-Sarvanyapitas worldwide and 85 in over 85 countries in across 100 languages. This is the work we already achieved. Yes, now the e-Sarvanyapita spread across 85 countries as on now, today. In 85 countries, we have e-Sarvanyapitas established. 135 Kailaasa and 135 digital Mahans, 35 plus platforms is functioning as on now. Kailaasa's e-governance digital nation. If you want to become a digital Mahant, please sign up. government.srikailasa.org/ESJP projects. And I sincerely request all Hindus to sign up and become part of this digital nation and become a digital Mahant.
அத்தங்கர ஓரமாய் கோயில் கொண்ட ஐயனே மருத்துவ சித்தனே பாம்பாட்டி அப்பனே அத்தங்கர ஓரமாய் கோயில் கொண்ட ஐயனே மருத்துவ சித்தனே பாம்பாட்டி அப்பனே உடுக்கை ஒலி கேட்டு ஓடி வந்ததேனையா ஏழை சான்றோர்க்கு வாக்கு சொல்ல தானையா உடுக்கை ஒலி கேட்டு ஓடி வந்ததேனையா ஏழை சான்றோர்க்கு வாக்கு சொல்ல தானையா மிசக்கார முனியா ஐயா ரோசக்கார முனியா நீ சுளத்தோட்டு காட்சி தரும் எங்க குல முனியா மிசக்கார முனியா ஐயா ரோசக்கார முனியா நீ சுளத்தோட்டு காட்சி தரும் எங்க குல முனியா கோட்டக்கார முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதத்த பயிரெல்லாம் விளையும் கோட்டக்கார முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதத்த பயிரெல்லாம் விளையும் கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும் பஞ்சபூதநாதனே கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும் பஞ்சபூதநாதனே வறுமையா மயஜல முனியனையா இரு கரங்கள் தூக்கி பார்த்துக்கின்ற தெய்வமையா வறுமையா மயஜல முனியனையா இரு கரங்கள் தூக்கி பார்த்துக்கின்ற தெய்வமையா கொடகர முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதச்ச பயிரெல்லாம் விளையும் கொடகர முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதச்ச பயிரெல்லாம் விளையும் கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும் பஞ்சபூதநாதனே கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும்
ஐயனே
truth. Listen. The next I am presenting the E-Embassy, Kailaasa's E-Embassy. How E-Embassy can become part of this revival of Hindu civilizational nation and territorial nation, both. Understand? Living intensely, workaholic lifestyle is basically Hindu lifestyle. Laziness is not part of Hinduism. Active workaholic lifestyle is part of our very culture. That is why these huge stone temples. Contributing culture. We are not warmongers. Please understand. If you have been told wrongly we are warmongers, you are brainwashed. You should know. In Rajendra Cholan's period, 1000 years before, 1 million naval army Rajendra Cholan had. Hundreds of years before the Columbus. If he wanted, he could have conquered the whole known world and eliminated all the indigenous people and made Hindu civilization. How the British claims sun never sat in British Empire for some time. We would have had that word in our history. But Rajendra Cholan was not warmonger. Wherever he conquered also, he put the whole resource on building the nation, raising the quality and lifestyle of the indigenous people. It was a civilizational nations getting built, not territorial nations. Otherwise, Rajendra Cholan, see, at that time the known world's total population itself is only 30 million. 1 million he had as his army. It is army 1 million people means so focused, trained, very powerful. He could have conquered the whole known world. Indigenous population of the world should thank Rajendra Cholan for not conquering. He could have done 10 times bigger job by conquering. How the European civilization went and conquered all the countries and eliminated the indigenous population. Rajendra Cholan never did it. Because we were focused on civilizational nation, not on territory nations. Living the workaholic lifestyle, contributing lifestyle, is the lifestyle of Hindus. So let us revive that lifestyle of contributing by building Kailaasa digitally with intensity, integrity and enthusiasm as described by Paramashiva on the world's most populated nation, the internet, will ensure your visa and green card to Mahakailasa. Understand? Anyone who is workaholic, active, contributing through ESJP or E-Embassy will get your Kailaasa visa and Kailaasa green card. Usually SJP will be for the people who want to stay in their own country and become the part of the civilizational nation. E-embassy is for the people who want to come to territorial nation and settle down in territorial nation. This is the way we are going to be working now. Understand this important truth. I wanted to tell you all. See, Hindu kings focused on building huge stone temples. Sometimes their whole life they built. And 3-4 generations they will build the same temple. But they went on building because we were contributing civilization. See, we know we are going to have multiple births. We are like in the timeless space. So we know always we are going to come back. So let us build. I myself will come back as my 4th generation, 5th generation and enjoy this temple. So build. That's a timeless mentality, lifestyle, the enlightened civilizational principle. But the religions which teaches you have only one birth, you naturally become restless and start grabbing everything available. There are only 2 civilizations on the planet Earth. Timeless civilization, less time civilization. If you are taught multiple births is the truth, the greatest science of the world, greatest science of birth and death, you enjoy the timeless civilization. If you are taught there is only one birth, you are going to be suffering the less time civilization. All the less time civilization always try to grab what others built. All the timeless civilizations built, contributed, never went and grabbed. Show me a single Hindu temple built on grabbed infrastructure. Some other religious structure was grabbed and converted into Hindu temple. Show me a single infrastructure. Single temple, you can't show. Because by Agama bans grabbing any property and converting it into a temple. It has to be from the scratch, built. Contributing religion. I can show you millions of other religious worship places all over the world by built on demolishing the Hindu temples, Hindu infrastructures. Even now, standing. You need to know we are timeless civilization, so we go on contributing. We are not less time civilization to go on grabbing others, what others have created. Every indigenous community in the world today should thank Rajendra Cholan for not invading, even though he had the largest army hundreds of years before Columbus and the knowledge about the ocean. Everything. Because he went to many countries and built a Hindu civilization. With that knowledge, he could have just traveled and conquered the whole known world, which he did not do, because we are contributing type, not warmongers. This e-embassy is a direct blessing from Paramashiva, the kind of the punya you will receive for the personal contribution in reviving and preserving these great ancient sciences of enlightenment to people will be extraordinary. It's a one-stop spiritual repository for the whole humanity, all the enlightenment sciences. So here are the flagship projects: Nithyanandapedia, Kailasapedia, Autobiography of the Avatar, End Truth, Kailasa's NHU, different languages: Tamil Nithyanandapedia, Telugu Nithyanandapedia, Chinese Nithyanandapedia, and all the projects here available. Flagship project, the archives, the autobiography project. My tapas is not an inspiration for you to do tapas. It is initiation. I have not done it for myself. I have done it for you. When you just listen to my tapas, it is not inspiration. It is an initiation. It is equivalent to you doing tapas. The world's largest online Hindu university, giving superconscious breakthrough to the world, celebrating 20 million enrollments, 7,000 plus courses, extended campuses in 150 countries. The Nithyananda Hindu University is the lineage of the millennia of old Vedic education system. As per known records, that was first started in Kailaasa by Paramashiva himself as transformational science, and then established in various sacred places such as Naimisharanya, Varanasi, Kanchi, Mathura, in all the mokshapuris in the world. So the Kailasa's Languagepedia, the language diaspora, is also one of the project. Tamil, Telugu, Dutch, Malay, Chinese, in all these languages it is getting done. You can become part of the software testing and automation. And the e-embassies of Kailaasa, as on now, total number of Kailasians 140, total number of Kailasian hours 1,120 per day. The e-embassies are functioning all over the world, started functioning. The e-embassies 24/7 happening in 150 countries as on now. And join us if you want to become part of the e-embassy or ESJP. Please apply on tiny.cc/e-governance. I'm giving you a few minutes for applying.
அவதரித்தாயோ வீரபத்ரா கோரமூர்த்தி தேவா, தீய செய்களை தனிச்சி அளிக்கவே நீ தவத்தில் குறித்தாயோ தேவா, தர்மத்தை நிமிர்த்திட அதர்மத்தை அளித்திட முனியாக அவதரித்தாய் என் ஈஸ்வரா, பெட்டருவா வீரவாளும் உனக்கு வேங்கையனாகவும் பலம் பெறும், சல்லடை போட்டு குதிரை ஏறி வரும் எம்மை காக்கும் முனியா, நீ வா 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 வா.
Yes, listen. Almost I have presented whatever I wanted to present it to all of you. I just have only few updates to give you. The Annalaya project, the food bank of Kailaasa, Annalaya, is serving all over the world. See, giving food is a lifestyle of Hindus. Before every meal, we ensure everyone around us had their food. It is just such a lifestyle of us. The world's greatest Hindu nations, charitable and humanitarian services, food bank project, Annalaya. It's not just Annadan, Annalaya project. So here I am giving you some of the updates of the Annalaya project. Yes, Kailaasa's Annalaya project for the past 42 days. Whatever has been done, I am presenting it to all of you here. The food bank Annalaya initiatives, Deepavali offerings, offered food for 10,735 people. Post Deepavali offerings offered food for 8,401 people. Total 19,136 people were given food. Annalaya's Annadan project and participated by Kailaasa in Canada and Singapore. This is the photographs of participation in Singapore. This is the photographs of participation in Canada. And Deepavali offerings participated in by Kailaasa in Belgium, Kailaasa Canada, Kailaasa England, Kailaasa Germany, Kailaasa Italy, Kailaasa Netherlands, Kailaasa New Zealand, Kailaasa France, Kailaasa Slovenia, Kailaasa Sweden, Kailaasa United Kingdom, Kailaasa United States. All of them participated. And this is by Kailaasa Los Angeles. And this is by Kailaasa San Jose in US. This is by Kailaasa in Atlanta, USA. This is by Kailaasa in London. And this is all by Kailaasa in London. This is all Kailaasa in Italy. Kailaasa in Belgium. Kailaasa in Germany. Kailaasa in Sweden. Kailaasa in Slovenia. Kailaasa in Netherlands. Kailaasa in Netherlands, and these are the photographs of various Kailaasas participating in Annalaya projects. So, with this, today I have Los Angeles Sangha meeting. So all the Los Angeles Sangha, welcome to join the Sangha meeting, Kailaasa in Los Angeles. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailaasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञान सम्बन्ध देशिक स्वामि वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञान सम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ 93 गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ 33 गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानन्द पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत 64 योगिनी मण्डित 64 सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ 800 श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ 800 श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ 23 गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय
परम Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. As we heard from Swamiji today, Swamiji is creating, reviving an enlightened civilization. It is not just a place of territory, but a place where an enlightened civilization, an ancient enlightened civilization is being revived. Every aspect of our life is blessed from the enlightened consciousness, whether it be food, whether it be our education, whether it be our rights. A consciousness-based nation. Here, Hindus have the voice to choose what is best for them. Please visit our website kailaasa.org/Hindu votes and cast your votes on various aspects. Should our temples be run by Hindus or by the government? Should Hindus choose a vegetarian lifestyle or non-vegetarian? Is the secularism does secularism give equal rights to Hindus? And many more questions. Requesting everyone to please visit our website kailaasa.org/Hindu votes and cast your vote. Hindu votes are sacred and Hindu voices matter. Thank you. Nithyananda. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Nithyanandam.